on Tuesday, August 4th. And first on our agenda is a presentation about Pitkin Maps and More lunch. And we have Mary Lackner here from our BITS department.
Yeah, and so you guys have an information item in your packet, and we just want to demonstrate to you a little bit of the functionality of our new site. And this is a public information tool that allows people to get mailing lists and information about where they live in a property report, download free data, and create their own maps with over 50 different data layers. And it's very easy to use and very easy to get to. So on the main Pitkin County homepage, we have this upper left-hand corner icon to get to Pitkin Maps and More. And then what it does is launches a map. This is the front-end interface. And again, it's a very simple, easy to use look. Now, there's a lot of different functions in here. Is there anything in particular from the memo that you would want to see or search, or you want me to highlight a few things?
All of it.
Oh, I think for us technologically challenged people, we want all of it.
Okay, so basically this, we have this I want to menu, and that's where most of the functions are able to go, you're able to go here. Now, one of the biggest requests what we've had from the public is to be able to find certain things, or to create a public notice list, or notify neighbors, or maybe notify a caucus area. And just here, by clicking on I want to create a mailing list, you get all of these search options. So let's say we want to find a caucus area, and we go next, and I get a drop down. You can see the map updated with the caucus areas, and then I get a drop down to choose which one I want. I'm going to go ahead and select Owl Creek, and then the map updates. I can either select a distance around that, or I can just select everything within that caucus area. And what happens now, as it's processing, it selects the properties, and then it will create a list that is already pre-formatted to print on mailing labels, which is what people are doing with these mailing label lists. So you have to do a public notice. Here they are.
Wow,
so that creates this PDF. If I click on that, we get the nice report about what was done and what date, so people have that as reference, as well as our disclaimer stuff. And then here is that property report, and that's ready to be downloaded to the computer to work on, or someone can just print that to sticky labels. The other thing that they're able to do here is download a Excel spreadsheet that has the same information, but it also has a couple more bits of information, such as the site address, what the parcel ID, and the account number. So if someone wants to work with the list independently of the sticky labels, they now have this list available, which is super helpful.
Is there a way that somebody could have that list if they wanted to send an email blast, like to, I live in Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus, and they like to send out email notifications to people? Now, could they download this directly into a mail thing for email?
Not for email, because this is based on the assessor's
the physical mailing address.
Well, the mailing address on record for notification, and email is not. We do not tap into
this. Doesn't have the email on it.
No.
Okay.
So that was your mailing notification list, and as you could see, that there was a lot of ways to search on it. And even if, like, say you're updating, you know, a new trail alignment or something is going in, you can actually draw the area on a map and then have a mailing label created from that. So the next one is a property report. I think you guys have seen some of these. Again, a lot of different ways to search for property. If I'm just going to start entering an address, the nice thing about any of these, as you start entering, like here I just typed 123, it's going to go into the database and find the occurrence of 123, and then I can find out which occurrence I want. I can just select from it. I don't have to finish typing that whole thing. So now I go ahead, I selected something, it finds the property out here, Elk Mountain Drive, in the wonderful Crystal River Valley. And now that creates, that's how quick it is. It's 3-4 button clicks in about 30 seconds, and now I have this property report. And we have a little map on there, and it's going to tell me about that property, what the assessor has for addressing, what GIS has. And usually if we have multiple addresses in the GIS database, they will report on here. What the account number, what the parcel size is, other information about what the assessor's land use category is, the amount of improvements on the property, what water, fire district, school district, those kinds of things. If they have a sanitation district, that's all listed. Caucus boundary, if they participate in one of those. Zoning, historic, watersheds, so we have all that. This is also very helpful. What they paid in taxes last year to the different entities that they're within. So that is a tax total, and we'll, like next year, when 20 people start paying their 2014 taxes, we'll report what it is this coming year. Voter information, what voter precinct, BOCC district, and then this House and Senate districts reports here, and then how close various public amenities, parks, trails, and open space within half mile of this selected property. So that's just really nice information about where somebody lives, or if they're potentially looking at purchasing property.
Would that have information like if their property was in a floodplain? Or is that something else, somewhere else you look for?
Those are the things that we're going to start taking feedback and adding in, perhaps. Okay. You know, there are a lot of land use related items, steep slope, wildfire hazard, wildlife things. Yeah. Maybe we start looking at one of these for, you know, a property report based on planning stuff. Yeah. Kind of see where that goes.
Yeah, I was just wondering, because we have FEMA mapping, flood mapping on our agenda later today.
Yes, and since that data is not available for full use just yet, has not been adopted by the board, when it does, then we can start bringing something like that in. Okay.
Mary, I saw that under just your, under the Pickens County parcel report, when you have the property information, assessor's information, it's just a little typo. You had voting information, you have Board of County Commissioners District, and you have the number 4 there. It should be 5.
For which property?
No, under voting information, you've got Board of County Commissioner Districts, and you've got the numeral 4.
So that's going to update depending on which property, where the property.
It's saying that's in the district it's in.
Yeah, that's the district.
Oh, okay.
Like the example up here is Christopher Valley, which happens to fall in District 5. The example you have, I think, in the packet
okay, I understand.
was
Thanks.
a different property. Was for.
I got it.
I have a question. Who entered all this data? It's an enormous amount of data.
It's querying a lot of the data sets that the county maintains.
You just focused it all into this. It's amazing. I mean, because I look at properties all the time, and when my kids were looking for properties especially, and especially in other counties, it was a hurdle. This is really user-friendly and provides everything you'd want to know. Except for floodplain, yeah. And fire and wildlife. But.
Just to go back to your previous one about creating a mailing list, are you able to do any additional cross tabs or pulling things out? Is it just you grab a geographic area, that's what you can do? Or can you grab a geographic area and then say only homes below $3 million in value, or things like that?
Have not put in a lot of that valuation kind of stuff to keep it basically, here's a public notice list.
Okay.
And there are the ability to do those kinds of things. A lot of that is the assessor's data. We would want to work with them to find out if that's an okay place that we would release it in here.
Yeah.
You know, it's also opening up a lot more functionality of what someone can do with the data in terms of contacting those property owners. At this point, the original purpose is for legal notification. You know, land use applications, you know, caucus meetings, construction notifications, those kinds of things, as opposed to, hey, we're really going to start marketing and targeting these particular properties based on valuation.
Or whatever. I was just using that as an example, but I can imagine people wanting to use it for political mailers and, you know, fundraising and all sorts of things like that. So there's a potential that people would want to start doing more and more cross-referencing.
Yeah, and it's geographically
based now.
Based now.
Okay, and I can see that too. The other thing that really strikes me, and I love seeing this, but, and I know the memo said that, you know, most people will be able to do some simple tasks with it, and they will do it themselves from here on out. And if someone has a more complex task, they will have to hire someone to do it for them. Now, does that mean that your office will no longer take work requests and then charge the fee for doing that? Or they have to find someone in the third party? And who would those vendors be, or those people who could sell those services?
All of our data, with the opening of this website and all these functions, it's completely free. Anyone can do it whenever they want, as many times as they want, for no cost. And with that, we've opened up all our data layers as well. So through this site, you can download small chunks of data if you just want to do a subdivision or a property. If you want a county data set, you go to our main county website and you can download the whole data set. So anyone who has the experience, like an engineering firm or a planning firm that has GIS experience, can now do those custom
Reports
mapping
or
requests and
whatever.
report. We're providing the data to them, and then whatever somebody needs beyond the capabilities of this site, they can hire.
Okay, because if I can just continue for a minute more and I'll get this out of my way. What I've been thinking is, we should have a couple well-publicized public training events for general members of the public to, you know, do more than send out announcements, but you could host it similar to when we introduce other new programs and just get the word out. I think doing that would be valuable, maybe through the library as a resource of how to do it or something like that. But I do think we should do some public trainings. And then secondly, this is a real, and this is maybe a bigger philosophical, from when we first instituted GIS services, they were always going to, quote, pay for themselves, and the charge of fees for people to use were going to be some recouping of the investment of all the program software and the flyovers we have to do and everything like that to update the data. Is there now going to be pretty much no cost recovery on GIS services? They've become a free asset to the public, and it's no longer, it was never a profit center. It never broke even the way people thought it would, but
It took more time to fulfill the request than what you can ever bring in. And you're always working one request at a time to then work on the next one. And where something like this, we put in, the cost summary was in the agenda item summary, to put that kind of money into this and have people access it at any time and to do what they want is really opening the data to the public to be able to do what they need. And as opposed to, you know, you get 5 requests and you have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to get them fulfilled. Whereas this is just meeting such a bigger need that now we can focus as GIS and bits, and you know, we're in a
bigger arena now.
Yeah, bigger arena now that we can really focus on other things and really get more data out there so people can have access to it. And
Yeah, and I was just kind of wondering, because, you know, we did recently absorbed the GIS office into the county, and I wasn't sure if there were some revenues associated with funding that position and that service. And I'm not sure how we're looking at some of the ongoing long-range costs, or, you know, such as when we have to do the next flyover and put that data in and things like that. So I just was kind of wondering how that all fits together.
I can answer some of that.
Okay.
The flyover costs are actually picked up a lot through the land use code, so there's a fee whenever there's development that gets into a fund.
Okay.
It still only funds about 25% of that, and that was never 100% funded. It was always budgeted.
Yeah, I remember that.
But there is a support through the land use applications and development.
And so as long as we've accounted for the
So-
fact there won't be any revenue recovery and be able to continue to fund the programs and not unexpected drain on the general fund.
And the county had very little recovery compared to the city, which really promoted that, and the county didn't. I mean, the taxpayers have, it's a tax-supported service that the county provides. So essentially, it has been paid for.
Okay.
And I think we had very little. We had maybe 15 to 25,000 a year average in the county, so it never really paid for. It never paid for the staff that was doing the work. It was more work, so it took away from staff doing work projects for Road and Bridge or open space or the landfill or any of our other departments. So that's where it went.
Well, I'm glad to kind of understand that new arrangement. And then the last question I would have is, again, as we open more transparency and usability to the public, we always are incurring more security risks because people have portals into the county system. And how do we assure the security of this? And, you know, is anyone able to hack? I mean, you don't know. That's what a hacker is. They find holes, but hack and then change someone's data. Or
this is data that's replicated outside of the internal network, so it's outside the firewall, and you know, we're not directly accessing internal production databases in which someone can get to an external server if they really know how, but that is protected.
Thank you.
So we don't have time to go through everything, although it would be fun to spend another half hour.
Well, come to the public training that we'll be offering. So.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I can tell I'm going to be on here playing around and tying up the network. If everybody in the county is on there at once, does that slow the system down then?
Potentially, but you know, we're going to monitor it and try to keep it up and usable, and we want people to use the site. There's some very good information out here.
And then you mentioned the official launch of the marketing campaign is tomorrow. Is that like?
Yes.
Does that mean today or does that mean tomorrow?
Well, the press release is set to go out after this meeting. I was going to wait till the meeting and then send it out. It's locked and loaded. We are doing some advertising, and Mary and her team have done some great how-to videos, because like you, and maybe I should compare myself with you when you say you're technically challenged and I'm map challenged. It's intimidating. GIS has always been intimidating to me, and I wouldn't have used the service. But when Mary walked me through, like she's doing with you today, and even I could do it. I want to print a mailing list. We went in, we circled an area. You can either draw it or capture it the way Mary did. And I was just giddy because I thought of all the uses that one could use this for. It could be something like a public notice, but as Rachel said, it could be, well, heck, it could be a bonfire at Patty Clapper's house. I don't know. She may want to invite all her neighbors. And then we looked up a property that was my old home in Aspen, and we circled it, I captured it, and I didn't realize that there was some work being done on it, because it's like a Google Earth sort of a thing. You can actually see the property. You get that full property report about everything about my old house on Snow Bunny Lane. And we get so many calls into the county on a daily basis about what voter precinct am I in, what Senate district, who's the county, what district am I in, what school district, well, we only have one school district up at this end of the valley, but, and then having all that tax information in just a one-stop shop in that property report is unbelievable. I mean, it's so easy, even I could do it. So marketing, we're going to do some advertising. We did some how-to videos. I don't know if Mary dares.
They are, you know, when you go to this site, you do get access to all of that. You get an overview video, which is just talks about the overall functions, and then you can individual help videos that Tyler put together that actually are each section, and they're only about a minute and a half, because it is so easy to do. You know, you saw how quickly it was to create these. So we're putting those help resources out there. There's frequently asked questions like, what are the layers that are on the site? Those are on here. And then we're also soliciting feedback so that we can plan for the next release. And you know, what are we missing from here that we need to focus on?
I don't know, Rachel, if you've ever, say you want to figure out how to resize a photograph and you don't know how, so you go to Google and you go resize a photograph. Well, the videos that they've done, the help videos, are very similar to that. They're super short, and they'll say, okay, today we're going to print a map. Step one, and you can actually, just like Mary's showing you here, go to here, do this, do that. They're very easy to follow. We're also doing digital advertising, so it'll be online banners so that people can actually click on the ad and then go through to this website. So that's, for something digital, that's the way you
I think it's so cool.
get the word out.
It's like, that's
Yeah,
Donna's
but
house.
for me, there's always that digital divide. But I don't know if it's an age group or what, but between people who want a physical person to tell them and others who like to watch a cooking video. You know, I mean, it just is a challenge. And so I just think in terms of public outreach, it'd be good to do some that are personal, and as opposed to everyone depending on the videos. just as a launch.
We will.
So Rachel, you could come out to the senior center with me and we could have the high school kids show us how to do it.
There we go. Yeah, I saw that.
The middle school
Not
kids or
quite
the
at the
elementary school
threshold of the
kids.
free services yet, but I'm close.
Okay, this is exciting. I'm looking forward to, looking at this stuff myself and, figuring it out. I can see it has a huge amount of uses for the public
So when I'm
that they maybe
driving
didn't even
through
know
it-
existed before, but it opens up new possibilities for organizing your block party or whatever you want to do, or notifying your neighbors of a land use application on your property. It makes it easier to get the mailing list and not have to be bothering county staff, that sort of thing.
Yeah, and there's a lot of functionality in there, and like this was just a brief overview, so we might have to come back or come to one of the trainings.
Mhm.
All right? Thanks, you
Okay,
guys.
Thank you.
very much.
Thanks very much. I'm gonna drive through Utah now tomorrow night. Yeah, in the middle of Utah, maybe not.
Okay, next we have a presentation about the Board of Equalization scheduling
I don't have
application.
anything.
Yeah, there was no package here.
And I'm not sure who, we have various staff people here who or probably know how to operate this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Oh, if I can get my fingers on this. Thank you.
Okay. As I mentioned in the first paragraph, here, do we need to say our names, or is it?
Sure, you're on TV.
Jeanette Jones, Clerk to the Board of County Commissioners. Have with me today Ryan Keith and John Lloyd and Larry Fite from the Assessor's Office. And my first paragraph here, one of my goals last year was to work with BITS to develop an online scheduling component for taxpayers to schedule their own appointments for appeals for the BOE appeal process this year. And since we're kind of in that process right now, we thought this would be a good time to bring it to you and show you what we've done. I've listed here the clerical work prior to the online scheduling, how many tasks there were and how much time it took. And when I say hours, I mean hours. It's a big job. And then in the second paragraph, I've showed you what steps have been alleviated by this online scheduling. And then future components alleviate paperwork, maybe possibly by providing iPads to the hearing officers. More public outreach programs, probably work with Pat Bingham on that. And to challenge other departments to use our IT department or BITS people. Is that what you call yourself?
Yes,
BITS people?
BITS people.
BITS people. To work with them to see if there's somehow they could look at their tasks, maybe something, I really hate doing this. This is just an impact to my life. And work with our BITS department to see if they can help alleviate some of the tasks associated with some of their work. And then the last thing, there's a copy of an email from Greg Gordon, one of our local attorneys in town, who brings a lot of folks forward for appeal hearings, and saying how well it worked for him. And I've heard other comments to that respect also. Several attorneys and tax agents have like it very well. So
Another
With that-
user-friendly system, it looks like.
It was. It's not as exciting in Mary's presentation, I'll be honest. But, yeah, so when Jeanette came to me with this, we were trying to solve two problems. One, to help her workload with the scheduling was really primary, but also create a self-service property owners in the county, or the attorneys that represent those property owners, to be able to easily schedule these hearings, which in the past, as Jeanette mentioned, was kind of a manual process, very tedious. So What I did was research various options for online solutions that would allow people to schedule these events with us, but at the same time also collect the information that was needed both by Jeanette and our assessor's office. And the product I ended up finding was this one that I've got pulled up. It's called Schedule Once. It's just an online service that allows various companies and agencies, anyone that needs a scheduling solution, to be able to use their product and allow the public to schedule hearings or schedule hotel rooms or schedule massages, whatever it is their particular service is. Schedule Once is able to provide the scheduling aspect of that particular service. So we use that, in this case, for the BOE process. So what Jeanette did is created a documentation online on the Picken County website that pointed people to this particular website, which we're looking at the scheduling site at the moment. So what they would do is log in to get the information they needed, then they would come to this website to actually schedule the hearing. So I had to turn it back on, Jeanette, so please, Larry, don't freak out, because you'll see that I'm adding another hearing. We had this shut off statutorily. The third, yesterday was the last day they had hearings. I think last week was when we could technically still allow people to schedule hearings, at least through mail, I believe, at that point in time. But what would happen is they would come in, they would pick a date, an available date, and then the time slot. And for those hearings, they were 20 minutes apart, so they could come in, pick the time they wanted. And then this would take them over to a page that would collect the information that, again, both Jeanette and the assessor's office needed. So property owner, phone number, email, mailing address, the legal description. Pretty much all this information is required as part of the BOE process. So they would fill out all this information. We also had a field down there at the bottom for them to submit additional files if they needed to submit some additional information, which many did. So they fill all this out, they would hit done, and that's all there was to it. At that point in time, this would send us an email with all the information this form collected. It was sent to myself, mostly just to monitor it, to make sure everything was working fine, and then to Jeanette and Larry. And so all that information was sent to them, and from that is when Jeanette was able to take over getting the information she needed to get to the assessor's office. But from a scheduling standpoint, this system had all that information collected, and Jeanette didn't have to worry about any of the scheduling aspects. And the way this system works is if somebody came in, you know, you guys may have noticed I picked in a time at 11:20 or 11:40. Once somebody picked that particular time, filled out this form and hit done, that time slot was removed from the schedule. So it's not like someone could go in and rebook the same date and time again. So that was the intelligence we really needed on the back end of this system, so that when the public was using it, they weren't going to have conflicting times and dates from somebody else that had already picked that particular time slot. So this solution, I think, at least from the scheduling aspect, worked really well for us this year. We did get some positive comments, I think, from phone calls and emails that Jeanette has shared with you guys. And it was easy from the public standpoint to do, and I think our next process, this was the first time we've ever done anything like this. As far as I can tell, we were the first county to ever do this with the BOE process. All the other counties, we did quite a bit of research to see if anybody had a similar solution in place already, and no one had. Everyone else was using the traditional method of either mail, phone calls, or physically coming in. So I think we saved a lot of folks some time in being able to use the website to schedule all this. We certainly saved some foot traffic and phone calls for Jeanette, and overall I think it was positive for us. But our next step is, once things kind of calm down here in the next couple of weeks, is kind of review all this for the next go around and see what we need to improve.
Patty?
Real quick, the information that's asked for is the information that's already provided on their tax notice, right? So for the person putting that information in, it's all in front of them, they just have to put it in. Okay. So they didn't have to do any other research. The questions, all the little asterisks could be filled in.
Correct.
I was going to think of something very similar, but because I've seen some property descriptions that are pages long, you know, and so does it link to, or can they pull up their tax record with the description and then cut and paste?
They could. There isn't a tight integration between this service and, we'll assume they can get that information off the assessor's website, or even the clerk's website has that information, but they could easily pull up in a second tab either the assessor's, clerk's website, and copy and paste the legal description.
Yeah, I mean, I realize that a lot of people are using this, are professionals, and it'd be very familiar to them, and they might have the documents on their computer to cut and paste, but others might be citizens, first time trying an appeal, and we see some of those handwritten notes sometimes. So, you know, if it's possible, it might be valuable to let them know that
Yeah.
somehow with a memo or something that, you know, you can pull your property tax records up from the assessor's office. And again, I don't know if that's a protected file or can you cut and paste from that, but if there's a way we could make that linkage, that would be helpful over time. And, you know, second from that, I just would say this was the entire intention of going to our own IT department, and that we could start to use the functionality of modern systems for ease and labor saving and greater productivity. And so really appreciate, Jeanette, you being the first to step out and say, hey, this would help me, but this is exactly why we wanted to have more of a county-driven program.
And I personally
Thank you.
have to thank Jeanette. I mean, she was really the one that drove a lot of this. It was her kind of thinking outside the box, going, there's got to be a better way to do this. And that's what really started this process. So.
Yay.
So Jeanette, this year, were you able to use this year for the scheduling?
Oh, yes. Uh-huh.
And if can somebody still come to you and do it if they
Yes.
don't have
Yes, we got-
access to a
And
computer or
it's-
whatever?
It's interesting because the mail was almost nothing. Unfortunately, some of our tax agents waited till the 15th, which was the last day to file, and then they send them in FedEx. So that was a pretty hefty workload at the end. I'm hoping next year, whoever does this maybe can encourage them to schedule online. I don't know if we can make it mandated or not, but that would really help. But some of them did, but it's interesting how some of just, you know, I don't know how to say it, our local residents that aren't really maybe just filing for their own home or their own, they used it.
That's
And it was
great.
Interesting. That was probably more of them than it was the tax agents.
Mm-hmm.
Except the local attorneys. I called all the local attorneys that I knew that represent people and encouraged them to try it so that we could have feedback.
That's great.
Mhm.
And that kind of worked.
Good
Now,
job.
was this a game changer for you, or life-changing event,
Mhm.
getting this?
Yes, yes.
Made your life way easier this year?
Yes, even a reappraisal year, and I think it was a good year to test it. We went back and forth on that. We weren't sure the heavy year if it would be worth it, but, I mean, it's still a really, really busy job, but it helped a lot.
That's great.
All right.
Yeah, and I don't know if Larry has any input or not. Sorry, I've got a bad throat today.
I guess the only thing that I would say is that I felt overall it was a big help, because one of the things that it really alleviated was, in the past when Jeanette would schedule everything by hand, invariably she'd put them in the schedule, send them a notice, and then they'd call back and say, oh, well, for whatever reason, I can't be there that date. You know, can you give me another date and another time? And so Jeanette was perpetually, you know, scheduling and unscheduling and rescheduling. And with this, you know, by virtue of the fact that people were able to sign up with slots of their own choosing at their own times, it eliminated, you know, almost all of that. So that was a big help. You know, I think there are some, you know, some trial and error that we'll still have to do. For example, we discovered that we didn't block out lunchtime.
I was going to notice that.
And so, you know, we just scheduled, you know, from 9 a.m. just straight through till 5 o'clock. And so there are some things like that we kind of figured out on the fly that, you know, note to self.
Little break.
Yeah, you know, next time we'll tweak a few things and like anything, you know, nothing's absolutely perfect, but I would say that there's way more right, you know, than wrong, and certainly letting people sign up for the slots, you know, of their own choosing, you know, was a big help, I think, for all of us, just because we weren't perpetually, you know, moving one guy to 3 different slots over the course of, you know, a 2-week period. So.
Mhm.
That was huge.
Great.
All right.
Very good.
Like
Thank you
hearing
very
these
much.
stories.
So that's a great use of
Thanks for
technology.
Your time and letting
Makes
us.
our staff be able to be more efficient. And it's a better service for the public, I think, too. So, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have a presentation about Picken County Facilities Vision. And I don't know who all's going to do the official presentation. If you'll introduce yourself and also the key players who took part in this vision process.
We get set up first and then we'll.
While we're getting set up, as you know, we're in the process of what's going to be Picken County's largest capital improvement project ever. Currently, it's projected to be at over $20 million. And as a part of that project includes the renovation of the courthouse plaza, the building that we're currently in, the addition of a new structure in the parking lot behind us. And when those two projects are done, we will do the renovation to the historic courthouse building. We have formed a county facilities vision team, and their task is to determine the values utilized in future design concepts. And what that will, as we will present today, are 6 vision statements. For the most part, these will apply to this project. In future projects, which could include public works improvements, the Health and Human Services building changes, and/or the airport, we're hoping that these will be somewhat of the foundation for the discussions about those projects. They're not cast in stone, however, we hope that they provide guidance and will potentially be modified in the future. So, today I'm here with Janice Voss-Caudill, Jody Smith, our facilities director, Dave Detweiler, and we'll introduce some other team members as we go along. So Janice will walk you through the background, the process, results, and we'll have some follow-up as to what we do in the future.
And I'm going to keep introducing while we're at it. On our team, we have Wendy with the assessor's office. She worked with our team. We're going to go over in our presentation what we accomplished through that. Okay. And then Lindsay with the Open Space and Trails also is joining us today. Okay. In part of our support team, I'd like to introduce Stephen Holly in the back. Stephen with PAS Architects. Okay, so this is everybody that's here today.
And John Lloyd.
And John Lloyd. He's just staying with us all day.
And John's just hanging because he's interested. All right. So what I want to go over with you today is the background of why we're here. From the BOCC retreat, I want to share with the community where your energy was at when we talked about facilities. Also, public input. I'll spend most of my time on talking about the visioning team. I'll introduce, we already introduced who's here, but if anybody else drops by, I want you to know who is on the visioning team and who will help facilitate the team as well. We'll review the 6 meetings, just an overview, a brief overview of what we accomplished in the meetings, but more important, we want to review the 6 vision statements, the value statements we created from the visioning team. And then next steps, I'm going to hand that over to, I'll talk a little bit about the vision team's next steps, but I'm going to hand over at the end the project team. And Dave will talk about the project team's next steps so you know where we're going with all this. So our goal today is to review this with you, but ultimately to secure your approval, your consent, so we can move forward utilizing the 6 value statements that the visioning team created and move forward with any future facilities plans. As John had talked about. So a little bit of the background. We know that, you know that in 2006, we pulled together a comprehensive facility master plan. And at that time, the master plan identified any facility improvements that were needed or deficiencies. And what was presented to us incorporated a plan up to 2025. The cost of that plan was between $119 and $151 million. But because of 2009, the recession, we put facility planning on hold, and we kind of realigned our economic reality and changed our future assumptions in moving forward. So in 2012, when John was here, he started addressing the facilities plans in an incremental fashion, first addressing the remodel of this building, Plaza 1, that we're in. And that included improvement of space use. It included upgrading our mechanics, which are pretty much at the end of their lifetime, okay? And improving energy efficiency, as well as adding our IT department, our BITS department in this building, which we created. But during that time, also, we assumed additional needs with public safety issues that we were dealing with. So with the public safety, we realized that we need additional needs. Also, the court needed more space, which relocated the assessor's office as well as the treasurer's office. Right? And we realized we need more public meeting rooms. So what we did in 2013 is we contracted with RNL to revise those assumptions from 2006, more conservative and projecting out to 2029, I think it was. If I make any incorrect comments, I'm going to ask my peanut gallery in the back to assist with correcting them. So a little help from my friends. In 2014, RNL finished their study in the summer, and they presented some recommendations and key findings. And to share with you the main ones, they found that there is inadequate space for employees to perform their work in, and there is no room for growth. As we realized, we relocated the housing office to incorporate our IT department. I talked a little bit about the conservative approach to 2009 earlier. Also, as though it's not a hard date, but in 2018, the Community Development Department, which occupies approximately 1,800 feet in the city municipal building, will need to relocate. In addition, the Aspen Police Department, housed in the courthouse, 3,400 square feet, will also need to relocate to assist the courts. We needed to create the BITS department, the Business Information Technology System, and the GIS department, which is now housed in the basement of this building. In the courthouse and the courthouse plaza buildings experienced deficiencies. So again, I talked earlier about we need to improve energy efficiency to reduce maintenance costs. Okay. We need to improve our workspace and workflow efficiencies to improve our work. And security is also an issue, not only for employees, but for public as well. Okay. To share with you, we had a retreat. The leadership team had a retreat with the Board of County Commissioners in March. And we listened to your comments and what you valued as far as moving forward in remodeling facilities or building facilities. And this is what we heard from you. We heard that you wanted the capability to accommodate current and future growth. You want to complement the historic area, that form follows flexibility, adaptation, which complements the first bullet is the growth in the future. You also stated that you wanted a formal entrance that fits the community. And by formal, you didn't mean
Stuffy.
Yeah. You meant something that would be recognizable and fit the community. Thanks, Rachel. You wanted us to promote a welcome engagement with multi-use public meeting space. And what you meant by that was with your meetings, you wanted your area to reflect the importance of your decisions, yet you didn't want a gap between the public and the employees or the board. You wanted a collaborative environment. Okay?
No dais.
No, exactly. Energy efficiency was important. You wanted us to strive for net zero model while adhering to fiscal responsibility. Okay, you weren't telling us that you wanted net zero, but you wanted us to strive toward that, being fiscally responsible. Okay, and the last thing is that we heard was physical security was important. Okay. We also conducted public input work sessions. What we garnered from that information from the public was, number one was they wanted to see energy saving measures that pay for themselves. They wanted the design style of the buildings to bridge between the courthouse and the courthouse plaza. Okay, we heard from the public that public safety and the county's services are their priorities, and that law enforcement needs are a priority as far as interview rooms, evidence storage, and other public safety needs. I want to talk a little bit about the visioning team and the work that we perform. Okay? I introduced some of the members of the visioning team, but all the members of the visioning study team, they included GRE Fielding, our engineer, okay, Connie Garofalo from accounting, from finance, Ryan Keith, who just spoke earlier, Brian Powell from ComDev, John, of course, Ron Ryan represented the Sheriff's Department, Wendy representing the Assessor's Department, Lindsay, who I introduced earlier, Open Space, and myself. We added facilitators and a support team that worked with us. We had 6 meetings. Dave, of course, helped us, Detweiler, Jody Smith, Stephen Holly, who I introduced earlier, his co-worker, Richard DeCamp. They also brought in Daniel Redstone from Redstone Architects out in Michigan, that's assisting with the project. And of course, the support staff, Pamela and Lindsay, they work in the maintenance department, they helped us. Additional consultants were brought in too, depending upon the items or the topic we were working on a specific day. The charter, I guess I should review that. The charter, or what the purpose of the visioning team was, we use the Pickens County Strategic Plan, which is right on the wall to our left, and our mission statements as the foundation for our visioning team to establish the identity or the values of our community. So which it tells a story. When we go through the 6 value statements, it tells a story of who we are, who we want to be, you know, who the community is where we serve, what our values are, and the relationship with our environment. So we were tasked to create specific vision for future facility projects. The scope of our project included, we had to balance several items in the scope of our project, and those included conserve natural resources and environment, well-planned and livable built environment, improved community engagement and participation, and to create a higher performing county leadership team and employees. Okay, so our first meeting we met, it was an organizational meeting basically. And we established what the visioning team would do, the project team's responsibility, and your responsibility as the BOCC. So the visioning team, what we did was we defined priorities of building, you know. What we did was we identified who our customers were, our citizens, our customers that come in and do business with us, the general public and the employees. The project team, who consists of, and it's led by John Peacock, and am I safe in saying that it consists of most of the leadership team, his reports, the project team? Not all of them?
No, it's really just
Smaller group.
It's a smaller group, but components of the leadership team. Smaller group, they'll continue to take what the visioning team has laid out, and they'll use that priorities to move forward on making decisions in facilities planning. Okay? And the board, what we're asking of you today is your consent to approve the 6 value statements that the visioning team put together. So the second meeting, we dived in defining our customers. We reviewed the core values of Pickens County, and I'm gonna read them because I want the community to know. The core values of Pickens County are stewardship, ethics, excellence, collaboration, and open communication. And then we worked into articulating more of the values and the ideas or the experience of customers, of employees as it's manifested in landscape and the exterior of the building experience. Third meeting, we discussed more in depth what our customer and employee vision or view is of what the landscape and the structural integrity should be, what the entryway should look like, in internal engagement within the building. Fourth meeting, we determined and discussed sustainability issues. More specifically, we discussed sustainability with water, site, energy, the materials that would be used, and the indoor environment. In the last meeting, we collaborated and we created our vision statements. Oops, I skipped one, the 5th meeting. The 5th meeting, we talked about topics which included exterior space, sustainability, civic interaction, reception, department locations, you know, the workflow between the departments, health and wellness, meeting room space, workspace, and overall experience. Okay. And then the last meeting, we collaborated to create our 6 vision statements. I'm going to go over the 6 vision statements with you. There's 2 on each slide. You got any questions before I move on to them about what was just represented?
You know, I'm going to put it out there now as opposed to later. And it's kind of small, and I'm sure it was somewhere in the periphery of the thinking or included, but I just didn't see it as much as we talk about workspace, meeting space, workspace, entryway, the restrooms. We need to make sure that they're built with a decent quality and classic amenities like code hooks and things like that. And, you know, we all know what the shuffle is like for us now, and I can't imagine what it's like for staff when you run from up and down 3 different floors trying to find an open restroom because we have inadequate numbers for the people we have. So I'll just leave that in there as something I want to make sure is an important
We
value.
can assure you it was a high priority.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
We even went into locker rooms and in lifestyle.
Okay, so maybe they're covered by one of your other category titles, but I just want to make sure that's true.
Probably the same as the kitchen areas.
Yeah.
Gotta have those sustainable.
And was the concept of, and I'm assuming it was, of having a shower somewhere in the building for people who take a lunch ski and come back to work or something like that? That's, okay, thank you.
There was quite a bit of discussion. So actually, this overview is such a high level with the meat of everything we worked
I know
through.
there's
Don't want
details.
to forget
stuff,
those
but
little things.
I just don't want to forget it. Thank you.
Okay, so going from 6 to number 1, the 6th vision statement or value statement that the team created was, the Pickens County Strategic Plan is visibly and experientially manifested in facilities and landscape that emphasize sustainability, health and wellness, and a commitment to fiscal responsibility. Okay. Number 5, the 5 value statement is, county facilities encourage and facilitate civic interaction with a clear sequence of interior and exterior public and semi-public spaces that are safe, open, and inviting.
How do you define semi-public?
That would be a meeting room that sometimes is used internally for private functions, but other times is used for a public event. It could be a scenario where you're inviting people back into an interior office space to have a meeting inside a meeting room.
Well, I consider the file room in the attorney's office definitely not even a semi-public, just a private space. You do have to have those secure spaces.
Would like the current clerk's office be what we call semi-private, that it's a service counter? They're back and forth, or is that not how you're categorizing it?
That would be more public area.
Okay,
I think
thank
it's
you.
more, if you were to go back into the elections office and meet with Bill, that would be
Semi-private.
semi-private.
Okay,
private.
got the difference. Good question.
Okay, number 4, county facilities provide an entry experience that is inviting, social, clearly navigable, safe, sheltered, and visually appealing. The reception experience is welcoming and provides clear wayfinding for public and staff alike. Public and private collaboration zones, such as meeting rooms, are designed to be easily accessible, quiet, functional, and ample-sized, ample arranged to minimize disturbance to adjacent use.
I have a question. Who came up with collaboration zones for meeting spaces? I think that's the terminology I had to giggle when I read. When I first saw the bold print collaboration zones, it attracted my eyes to go, what are they?
It's a term
Is
that's
it really?
used in the industry now. You'll see office spaces that are really all about creating various different experiences where employees, staff, public can interact in different scenarios. The project I did, one of them for Mesa County, we have a mix of a collaboration. The traditional collaboration zone is a conference room. right? That's
Oh,
where you
yeah,
have
it's
a
the
meeting.
the
But
terminology.
we also have some soft seating areas where people can just go sit in a more loungy chair with a low table and say, hey, we just need to talk for a couple minutes about something. We don't need to tie up a 10-person conference room. Cafe tables, the way, you know, some of the coffee shops in town here are used, that's a collaboration zone. Hey, two of us need to go just sit and look at something for 2 minutes. We only need a table this big, and we may not even need some chairs. So that word is just used in the industry to to talk about those experiences where you interact.
So it's just a way to to more broadly define a meeting room. Opens it up to all those other opportunities.
The way it physically manifests itself is different. If you say, my goal is to collaborate, then we can talk about, well, what are the best ways to collaborate between departments, between people, between public and staff, versus if you say, I need a meeting room, well, how many people does it hold? 5. Okay, that's a room this big, and that may not be the best answer for what you're trying to do.
Well, just so you know, Dave, I've always been one who kind of would rather we say things as they are rather than say like neighborhood partnering. The buzzwords kind of get lost in, I think, the general conversation with the public, but I just had to giggle when I saw collaboration zones.
You'll see it when you get to actually drawing some plans and talking about stuff, you'll see
that come up.
words like where we'll go, cafe space. And clearly, we're not running a coffee shop. That's not what we're about. But it's a word that, again, architects kind of use to describe that.
Right, like a patio shelter at the airport's not where you go and have a barbecue. Yeah. Just want to clarify that, because it's always been one of my things that gets me is these buzzwords.
I think Patty brings up a good point. You know, whether they should be called informal meeting spaces or something like that. We've seen examples in the past where you even try to talk about any new facility and it becomes a source of ridicule. And the last time there was a discussion, I'm not sure if it was city or county side, it was like, they're building a Taj Mahal. And so the last thing we want is someone to take the term cafe space out of context.
Or collaboration zones. It's like the city's linger longer lane on the corner. Come on, give me a break. You know, I don't want that. The public right now is so sensitive to some of this talk that I think we need to keep it at a level. But I do appreciate the word collaboration zones.
I like informal meeting spaces better. So.
But just so you know.
Okay, and the last two value statements. Our county facilities provide an entry experience that is inviting, social, clearly navigable, safe. Wait a minute. Sorry. The last two, are county employees' work environments are developed around functional and adaptable task-oriented spaces that, where appropriate, are naturally well-lit and ventilated, providing a friendly professional environment for all. Departments are spatially situated to encourage effective workflow efficiency.
The wording of this one got me a little bit. Task-oriented spaces that are ventilated and naturally well lit where appropriate. But it sounds like sometimes they'll be ventilated, sometimes they won't. You know, I don't know if we have any rooms where it's appropriate not to ventilate them, but that just seemed awkward there. So I think it just needs to be reversed, that are fully ventilated, well ventilated, and where appropriate, naturally well lit. I see what you're saying. You're not going to be able to get windows in every spot, but every spot is going to have ventilation of some sort.
That reminds me of something. When we meet in the Limelight meeting space over there, there's always a
Problem with the
a
ventilation.
ventilation system running in the wall there that is noisy, and it's can make it hard to hear depending on what part of the room you sit in. And if we're, you know, it's a balance between trying to ventilate it and not having opening windows or whatever. But if we could do this and have it be, the ventilation system is quiet so it's not noticeable and anybody in the whole building is meeting, that would be the ideal to me.
So we want well-ventilated, quiet collaboration zones.
There you go.
With
But that's a good
cafes.
point about getting sound interference well insulated or sound, or something like that.
Okay.
I think number 6 is perfect.
And the last one, well, I was going backwards. And number one.
Or number one.
The last one is the overall experience for any facility evokes a sense of civic and employee pride, honors history, and encourages preparedness in the context of a safe and friendly environment.
That's a goosebump one. It sums it up, I think.
So the next steps are, those are the 6 vision statements or value statements that the team created. So the next step would be to secure your consent to move forward with these vision statements. And the team's next steps are, we will be going out for site visits to other facilities. And we'll be looking at positive, as well as negative. So researching more, what works, what doesn't work well, et cetera. I don't know if you want anything to add to that.
I just want to go back just to the vision statements. Do you want to have any future discussion on that?
Yeah, I agree with Patty. I think the last one's very good. For me, I was still somewhere looking for the word community. So civic might mean community pride, but, is it civic, community, civic, and employee pride? Somewhere get the community in there to be proud of these. And then the other phrase I just didn't see in here, and I think it's implied, but about the facilities themselves, it may be the very first bullet for all I know, but quality. We want these to have a feeling of quality. When I see people walk by the courthouse and taking pictures, and I'm not talking about anything grandiose, but that's, just an important word in there for me. It implies lasting and as, going to hang around for a while.
And I think maybe we've used sustainability in some way to imply that,
but they're two different things.
Maybe a little more direct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'm okay with all of them.
George?
When you talk about site visits, I mentioned this to Jody a week or so ago, but I would suggest or hope that you go down to RMI and look at how they designed an integrated system, looking at their net zero, because if you design sort of a typical building and then try to incorporate afterwards, it never seems to quite work out. But if you could start from the ground up in your design, looking at an integral system, how it all ties in each aspect, it makes a lot more sense. So I would suggest that. And I didn't know, where else were you thinking about looking for site visits that it seems like that would be a challenge in this
Jefferson
community.
County?
No.
Thank you.
That's the Taj.
We've got a couple of opportunities. Holy Cross recently built a new building down in Glenwood that's got some goods and bads. Garfield County and Rifle's got some goods and bads. Mesa County has some newer county buildings, again, with some goods and bads. And the idea is to understand, boy, that is not what we don't want to be that. We don't want that in our building, but boy, that actually works. I hadn't thought about that idea. That does work. And then over in Denver, we've actually got a conference call tomorrow with a furniture vendor, just because they get to experience a lot of different places. And so they'll be kind of all right, what do you kind of want to see? Is it just municipal? Is it maybe a cutting edge tech company that's doing some really neat things? Maybe it's more of an old fashioned, that's some of the visioning, as Janice was saying, is about who we are. So I used an example in the meeting. If who we are is a 200-year-old banking company, if that's the business we're in, our office space is going to be very different than if who we are is Google. And so part of this is this is who we are. Let's really get a sense for how that translates into a building look, feel, quality type of space, and have this field trip be some narrowing of that perspective. Because I go in a lot of buildings, but a lot of people don't with that sort of mindset. So that's what the tours should do.
And I would say, given your collective experience you've been in so many facilities throughout the state, if you have any ideas of what works or doesn't work, tell Jody, because we'd love to hear about it.
I got to go on a tour of the RMI Innovation Center just a couple weeks ago, and Michael Kinsley led the tour. and when I got inside there, to me, it felt like sort of the vision we have for the open floor plan kind of a concept for at least, you know, some of our departments.
Sure.
And, you know, there's, the walls aren't all, the interior walls aren't all in there. They were doing the sheetrocking and stuff right then, but, you know, you could kind of get a feeling for what it would be like, and with natural lighting. And I agree with George, that would be well worthwhile getting as many staff people and the Board of Commissioners to go look at that building and just to see the innovation. And that building actually is going to use per cubic, I don't know if it's cubic feet or per square foot, it's using 1/3 the energy that the NREL building in Golden uses. It's like just this super well-designed building, just from the bottom up, and with using just standard construction materials and technique, aside from the phase change thing, is the only thing that's different in that building. But they don't have a furnace or an HVAC system in that building.
We'll see how that works. But Steve, I ran into Michael Kinsley at Mountain Fair and talked to him about it, and was going to bring it back, because he invited the board down to do a site visit. So if we wanted to do that, he would be more than happy to set something up. So I think that'd be a great idea.
Rachel?
Yeah, that brings up one of the other kind of small points from reading through the memo. I know the public was energy improvements that pay for themselves, but that's a kind of vague term, pay for themselves in 5 years or 15 years, you know, for their energy savings. And we talk about sustainability and try to get as close to net zero as possible fiscally, sustainably. So I just want to make sure that as it comes back to us, we have an understanding of, okay, this is more expensive than we might recommend, but it is available to you if you want to make that investment, or, you know, whatever, because, you know, I don't know, reading the internet's getting more and more scary anymore. New story today is that the glaciers are retreating at 3 times faster than they were 10 years ago. And that is 3 times faster than they were 10 years before that. And how very quickly the climate change issues are coming up. They've had a heat bubble over the Middle East, and they're recording temperatures in the 160 degrees. And there's a huge blob of hot water off the Pacific coast that's going into Puget Sound, and it's killing the salmon and the marine life and the corals. And so it's just happening so quickly around us that I want to see what we can do with everything we have.
And I think to what many of us were somewhat surprised about, the net zero, the concept of net zero, is it's not so much about a cost issue, it's about, it rolls into productivity and employee comfort.
Mm-hmm.
There's lighting issues, which come into factor. There's, you know, days when what would normally be a constant temperature is you're going to have to deal with a little bit hotter day or a colder day.
Yeah.
And that's a part of acceptance of it.
Yeah, well, and that's good to outline those trade-offs for us, because I truly want to know those, and I'm not so sure that net zero is my goal as much as systems that work. And, you know, if it's something that's going to get us X gain but it's not really going to pay for itself, maybe I'll consider it, is all I'm saying.
Absolutely.
I have another question. I don't know if this was discussed prior to my coming back on the board, but is there a board, or would there be an opportunity for a member of the board to be represented at these meetings or tours? I mean, I have some time, and I would like to be involved if the board thinks that's appropriate or not appropriate, or at some level.
Certainly.
I mean, I just see all the vision teams, and then we're down here somewhere, and I didn't know if we wanted to have more interaction, not hugely, or at some phase, or...
I mean, I see this process working in terms of having the team and then reporting to us on a regular basis, and then having the opportunity for us to provide input. I don't think it would be our role to have a commissioner on a staff board like this.
I just thought maybe that other input might be valuable, so to the members of the team. I mean,
I could go either way on it, I'm not, you
Well,
know,
it's something we can talk about along the way.
we can talk about with John and.
Yeah, I just think it skews it a little bit, regardless of what board member sits on that team, it's perhaps that
Becomes a little
person's
more bought into,
perspective versus having the opportunity for all the board members to be able to provide input.
Well, I kind of like to go on the tours, and I'd like to see these other facilities, you know, I would like to have a little more hands-on into the process, but we can talk with John when he gets back.
yeah.
I was going to make a comment to your, we were talking about, we talked, and correct me if I'm wrong, team, we talked in depth about the balance between hitting net zero and being fiscally responsible. And I think the outcome, agreement with everybody there was that we could be innovative with the flexibility. We could probably come up with better ideas and outcomes. So just that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I'll
one-
encourage that all the way.
Speaking about the net zero thing just briefly, and I asked when I was on the tour at that building, I said, if you didn't have the solar collectors on it, would this building be net zero, the new one in Basalt? And Michael said, no, it needs the solar collectors are what makes it
Net
net
zero, of
zero. And the site we have here might not be, it's not an ideal site for solar collectors. We might not want any solar collectors on this building, and therefore, it might not be a net zero building, but we could still build, the shell of the building could be as well built as the RMI one, and it would be very energy efficient, and it wouldn't achieve net zero without the addition of solar collectors or, something like that. But we could still build a very good energy efficient building that doesn't quite achieve that standard, and we'd still be proud of it.
Well, see, that brings up my concern about this building and our ability to change the exterior of this building to make it more energy efficient or more aesthetically appealing or in line with the new building. Are there any historic designation issues with the city that might come into play that we may need to discuss?
Well, we're in the downtown core. That building is in the downtown core, and at least at an informal conversation about that building with one historic preservation person, they indicated that it was significant, that this building, and I always keep blanking on the architect.
Caudill.
The very first building, or the first building in town that they designed. And so what does that mean? How significant is that? Is still a dialogue that's going to take place.
That's my concern, and my question would be, and Rachel, you might be able to help me, with the recent change in state statute over entities that own property in another entity, like Cozy Point being in the county, what the level of oversight community development has on development at Cozy Point. How does that come into play here for our development of this site, redevelopment of this site?
Well, I think the location and extent review is what applies, and that does not really give any other body veto power over your project. It's certainly something I believe we want to respect and conform with the community desires as much as possible. On the other hand, right now, maybe I got confused. We're talking about these for the new building.
I'm talking about retrofitting.
Or are these also for this building? Well, that's what I'm wondering, are we 2 steps ahead of ourselves with that? I mean, are we just focusing on that building, and we would probably look at these same values and apply them and modify them for when we do begin the design work on this building as well?
I think it's,
Or, I'm just kind of wondering, you might be a step ahead
I
of
think
where
it's
we are
where
right now.
appropriate, and we
Yeah.
do have we have a new building, which is a lot of things that we can do in this
But
building.
this
we may
isn't
be a
just
little
talking
more
about the
concerned.
new building.
Yeah, and one clarification. From our world, this is going to be one building,
One project.
one project.
done. Okay.
We're going to gut the inside of this, build an addition to this. They will be connected and to the observer 10 years from now, other than architecture on the outside,
Possibly.
possibly you wouldn't know that it wasn't always one building.
So these
that being
6
said, from
So
my
these statements
chair,
are carrying
these
across.
values
Okay.
should flow through whatever we do and should be something that when I come back to you later, when the team comes back to you and says, all right, now we want to look at some options for mechanical systems and sustainability and some price tags and whatever goes with that, we want to point back to these and say, okay, I hear, you know, this being option one, but does that really fit this set of visions that we set out? And if the answer is yes, it does, great. Or, no, really option two really fits this better. So that's why we want these, is so that you can challenge us, hey, these options we brought forward, they don't really meet this. Show me how it falls in line with this.
Well, then I think that maybe we should work around the bullet point that talks about community character, historic significance of the location of our facilities, that we will acknowledge and work with the historic significant
Right.
and community character issues.
Because the problem with this shell of this building is it wasn't built with a lot of energy efficiency, as we well know. And so to have to sleeve the interior of this building to make it more energy efficient, it has issues with square footage, would be my understanding. So, I mean, that's going to be part of the discussion, I know.
Yeah.
I just wanted to point that out now about that.
Yeah, and I know when we had one of our first discussions about, you know, when we were sort of looking at remodeling this building, the message pretty much was the outside of the building's still gonna look the same. We're not gonna,
The entryway may be changed.
the entryway, definitely, but, you know, the outside appearance, we weren't gonna redo the whole outside of this building was the plan at that time. I mean,
But we may need to
but
do something for
we could
energy
still look
efficiency.
at it, doing it differently now. We're not
Yeah.
locked into that.
Yeah.
And I think that conversation or that plan and design will be part of, do we reskin it, can it be reskinned without changing the actual look of it? But
Right.
reskinning it, and that's part of the historic stuff that we'll need to dig into and find out,
Mhm.
is reskinning it not okay? So, because, you know, we do need to deal with.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we can also do the energy efficiency inside the building.
So there's that discussion to be had.
Steve?
Yeah, Rachel.
Yeah, one last thing before we leave the sustainability. You know, I've seen some presentations before where there's just some really innovative things out there, such as the blinds that you pull down when the sun is at their peak are actually solar collectors. And, you know, Germany has been skinning any number of buildings with these type of newer technologies. And they are the cloudiest, lowest country going, and they're now to a point of, you know, on a given day, generating close to 70% of their energy demand. And so I don't know that we'd have to have solar collectors on the roof as much as some other ways of capturing some solar power. And we should just try to look at what those things are.
Yeah. Also, Amory Lovins mentioned, and I don't know what buildings he was referring to, but there were a couple of old buildings that have been or they've been, I don't know what you would call it, retrofitted. They've been remodeled and are actually way more energy efficient than a brand new building could be. And one might be that federal building in Grand Junction that was redone.
It's
but
got the top hat.
yeah, but it'd be worth asking somebody at RMI or asking Amory Lovins what
Is it historic?
those buildings, they were like historic buildings that have been made so energy efficient just in doing a remodel. And maybe one of those could be added on to the tour of buildings perhaps.
Yeah, that is a great, personally, that is a great example of the vision to be net zero trumped the vision to keep that building historic looking.
Those are things that have to be part of the
Yeah, the
discussion.
GSA directive was net zero, I don't care what it does to the look of the building. And so, which is perfectly fine, that was the vision, and so the accomplishment was this top hat on top of the building that, depending on your chair, you either like or don't like. That's why these visions are important, because that set that value for that project, that was more important.
Well, I think the visions 1 through 5, or 1 through 6, or 6 through 1, are clear and cover what I think we want to be looking at.
Can I reiterate the changes or suggestions I made, just to confirm which direction you go in? So in number 5, we talked about switching naturally lit with well ventilated.
But just, yeah,
Yep. just
language
switching
cleanup.
In the last one, actually the last bullet, overall experience of any facility evokes a sense of civic, I would put community, civic, and employee pride. Honors history. Now, that goes back to what you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, so we
does that-
kind of have
Does
it
that
in there.
suffice for you? Okay. All right.
Well, maybe just more than history, historical context makes more sense, because we have that, we have this. You know, history could be the history of the county as being a county, you know, so
Yeah.
maybe it's history and historical context. I don't know. You know, let you guys wordsmith.
And you-
And then the last one was, you had brought up the word quality in the first bullet. So Pickens County's strategic plan is visibly and experientially manifested in facilities and landscape that emphasizes sustainability, health, wellness, and a commitment to fiscal responsibility. And that's where you brought up maybe.
Yeah, I thought it might fit in, but I would go ahead and put it manifested in quality facilities and put it up there first.
Okay,
And landscape is good.
okay. So are you fine with that, with those reiterations?
I think, I mean, the way the wording is on the 6 vision statements, to me, is, I totally get it. I kind of feel that vision, and I can envision what we could end up with, and having these be the core principles to get there. And being in the core of Aspen here, if we come up with the wrong plan for the community, we're going to hear about it in big time. And you could look what happened across the street at St. Mary's, the way the congregation reacted to that. It didn't fit their vision, I don't think, of what they would like to see. So we have to be really sensitive to a lot of different things to come up with a good plan for this.
All right.
Jody, you had your hand up. Did you want to say something there?
Yeah, and I think that this will come up later on when we bring our options back for environmental and net zero, however we're planning that. But what I feel like from a facilities importance is that when we're making these decisions, that there's going to be some kind of standard and accountability that has to follow through with that. So if we're making decisions that it's a building that's net zero, but then everybody is allowed to bring in space heaters and, you know what I mean? Because, and then it becomes a lot of individual requests for, can you cover up my vent, and can you, and in my tenure here of managing these facilities, is that we've never had the ability to say, that's not our vision, that doesn't fit with our mission, please get rid of your space heater. And so and that even goes to open windows and, you know, for how we're designing. It'll just be really important for us to know that there's got to be, some's got to flow back to our tenants.
Yeah.
And the expectation to meet and stay there. Because quite often, you know, we do an energy thing, and then the thermostat gets changed, and you know, and then it's no longer, or the radon is now coming up because offices are opening their windows, and that's offsetting. So there's things bigger picture that we'll need to think about to help me manage my buildings with tenants.
Yeah. At the RMI building, they have these high-tech seats that are individually, they can control the heat and the cooling in their individual seats in the office space. So
not sure I'm
they can
wanting to
have
go there.
personal comfort, and I have no idea what these things look like or what the cost is, but that's how they're dealing with that.
I hate my suit
That
warmers.
individual comfort levels, because different people have different requirements for that.
I have to plug in somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rachel.
You know, you bring up a really good point, and I'm not sure particularly how to deal with it per se. You know, in the past, I don't think we could ever tell anyone not to bring in a personalized heater because the building was so inefficient, you know, and so wacko, you know. But it sounds a little bit like you're almost talking about operational standards, and that there should be a small initial set of some operational standards, so that when we're doing the vision for the building, we're looking at those at the same time.
And we're starting, my staff and I, and Dave, and some other support help, we started doing some building standards. And now is the time, because we have some experience with the library of what we're doing there, what's coming up in designs, and operationally later. So I just kind of wanted to open that door a crack so that we're
Appreciate
thinking
it.
about that as we move forward.
Well, and I just had an example, a building where my board said, we want to invest $40,000 in a daylight harvesting system for this office building, which is when it's sunny out, the lights dim. Saves energy. So we did a cost benefit analysis, $40,000 upfront cost, gonna pay for itself, blah, blah, blah. I went to a meeting at that building and saw that all those controls had been pulled out, and now it's just a light switch. Why? Because somebody didn't like the lights dimming. And so the board who fronted the money is now not getting the savings that they had
Thought they were going to.
We promise we won't ever change our mind.
But it's not only about changing your minds.
Yeah.
It's about helping staff and tenants, because it's not only staff, and we have a
Yeah,
lot
right.
of nonprofits, of helping them embrace what we're
Yeah,
doing.
well,
We're gonna
Yes,
invest
I don't
in,
want to, I'm sorry.
we're gonna invest in
That's okay.
smart wool
so back to
socks.
Janice.
You guys can see that. Bring this back around here. So,
We have about,
We're-
we
5
started
minutes.
5 minutes late, and
Okay.
we can
Steve,
go
I've got
5
stuff I
minutes.
have to do at noon, so,
Okay.
so no, I can't run longer. I thought we kind of covered
And we
everything.
still have we could go 5 more minutes easily right now, and
So we'll make these tweaks, and then our next steps are for the visioning team to share this with departments. So we'll share these
Yeah.
visioning statements with departments so they understand how we're moving forward. And that's our task. So the next steps will be with the project team, and I wanted just with the program and the schematics, Dave, just to give an overview.
Sure, so real quick, so we've been working with POS knee-deep, getting through our programming, making sure we're confirmed. We were just meeting with the budget group yesterday to make sure that people's projections for their program needs and their office space needs are accurate in our program. And we're just working on what is possible. Because our unique situation here of our parking lot, and we're really constrained on just about every side, we're just doing some legwork to figure out what's possible for us on this site. So while you may be going, hey, I hear some stuff is happening, but I'm not seeing anything, we're still flushing through the what is possible so that we can bring you guys back here's some options that are possible, are feasible, that do meet the vision and meet the program needs, and then we can get to the dialogue of getting your input on what those options might be. So that's coming shortly. We're getting pretty close. I've got 3 or 4 options that really look good on my desk right now.
Very good. Thank you all for your work.
It's exciting. When do we move? When do we move in?
when's our move-in date?
Yes.
Spring 2017, if we stay on task.
We realize there's a move-out date before we get a move-in date, so.
That's right.
We're planning ahead. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Nice job.
Okay, we're going to break until, for lunch until 1 o'clock. Started here.
Okay.
Welcome back to the work session on Tuesday, August 4th. We have a presentation from the Valley Health Alliance about the wellness staff report, which both were pretty interesting
Great.
things. And if you'll introduce yourself for the public, that would be good, because we are on television, being recorded on television.
Sure. You want me to start?
You start, sure.
Sure. Thank you, Steve, Mr. Chairman. I'm John Sarpa. I'm the chairman of the Valley Health Alliance. And I'm also a real estate developer here in our little valley. And it's been a privilege for about, how many months? Since last March? No, actually November, December. And actually, I took over the chair from John Peacock. He was the first chair of this organization, and he really did a fantabulous job of getting it started, giving us direction, keeping us at the table, which was no easy thing. So today I'm just going to give you a little thumbnail where I think it is. It's really exciting, I will say that, about where it is. And then Kathleen Killian, who is here with me today, is our executive director. She's just 1 year into this event as of today.
As of today,
Today,
yes.
it was
Happy
1 year ago she
anniversary.
started.
Thank you.
Yeah. And we're delighted to have her. So, Valley Health Alliance. You've had the background. I don't know if we're going to pull it up so folks can see it, but do you want to do that, or is that something Phyllis
you might
is
need
going to
to
do,
assist with that.
or
Yeah,
you're going to do that? Okay. So, about 3 years ago, the hospital, the county, and a number of people were increasingly frustrated that. Oh, wait a second.
Yeah.
Wait a second till we have our technical thing.
I don't know where she would have put it. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we may.
You didn't bring it in on a thumb drive or anything?
No, she said she wanted it all in advance.
There's a link on the agenda that's online.
Oh, that's a beautiful thing.
Thank you. See, Andy, your IT capabilities.
Wow.
That's the contribution from the city for today's meeting.
So let me tell you, while we're waiting for that to come up, I can actually give you the quick background. So there were some of our largest employers worried that our employees weren't getting good enough health care. It was too much of a pain in the neck for us to figure out from day to day, from employee to employee, to patient, how do we do a better job of this? How do we improve this? And how in the world do we do that while cutting costs? You throw those together in one bucket, good luck. And of course, we're not alone. I mean, the entire country's trying to figure that horrible mess out, and it is a horrible mess. So, the hospital, the county, the schools, the city, and the ski company came together. Those are the 5 existing and original members of the Valley Health Alliance. We all had a number of things in common. We were all the largest employers. If we took who are the 5 largest employers in our valley, upper end valley, those are those 5. And they're all self-insured. So we all are administering our own insurance programs. And that gives us, obviously, some flexibility. So the journey started 3 years ago. As I mentioned, John Peacock was a great first chairman. And we started to establish, well, how could we possibly tackle this? So we knew we had to have the hospital at the table. We knew we needed employers. We certainly knew we needed doctors at the table. The doctors have to be an increasingly important part of this. If the doctors aren't willing to change what they do and how they do it today, none of us are going to be able to change healthcare or make it more effective. Look at that. Here we go.
Here we go.
Fantabulous. So, and we can just scroll through there when you're
Sure,
ready.
and
Okay.
which one? It's not a slideshow, it doesn't.
Well,
look
that's all right. We can
It's a
just
packet.
we can bank on it.
So if
There
you
it is. That's who it is. It's those 5 organizations.
So it's a document.
In the next slide, we'll show you it shows you how many employees. Altogether, there's about 4,000 people employed by those 5 organizations that are covered when we're saying we're trying to figure out how to do this more effectively. You'll hear the term triple aim referred to a lot, and that really means better health care, better integration of health care, lowering the costs. Those are all part of what are part of this triple aim that a lot of people are trying to figure out. So, started on that journey. We've had a number of outside organizations come in. About a year ago, we realized we'd gone as far as we could go without help, so we hired professional help. Kathleen Killian, our new executive director, or at least a year into it, started at that time. Those are our covered lives there you see, are about just under 4,000 people. Those are the number of employees with those 5 folks, those 5 organizations. And with Kathleen's input, we said, okay, what can we start doing with the hospital, the doctors, employers, and some members of the general public? I mean, I'm sitting there as a member of the public. I'm not there as a health official of any sort. I'm not a part of the hospital. The hospital has its own people at the table. And so you'll see those are the kind of reasons we formed the alliance. Notice that last one, disrupt the status quo. Part of what we found is if we don't have the courage, and you too, as elected officials here in our county, have to have the courage to try things different. Shake it up. If we don't shake it up, if we don't change some of our healthcare systems and processes and attitudes, we're going to be stuck in this. And by the way, as a small community, it's only going to get worse. As a small community, we're going to get more and more beholden to larger organizations and larger efforts, state level, federal level, who knows, on healthcare. If we're not addressing it ourselves, someone else is going to address it for us, and that's not good. So we know we've got to disrupt the status quo. Let's go on. The next slide. It's got reduce healthcare costs. I talked about that. Let's go on that. Okay, so our statement, promote healthy well-being of communities by collaborating, that's important, I'll come back to that, to provide health care accessible, affordable, and high quality. All that's the triple aim said in its simplest form: accessible health care, affordable health care, and high quality health care. Our vision reflects that. We meet people where they are in their journey, meaning wherever you are in your own personal, physical kind of health state, we start right there, and we take that state, if you will, to improve your personal health and well-being through trusted partnerships with their employers and providers. Providers can be docs, hospitals, and coaches, all kinds of things. So let's keep going. Okay, how do you make, we've got some great values. Everybody, yes. You like the values so much, we got a whistle on.
There you go.
Wow.
There you go.
You got whistles and bells, right?
Damn,
right.
I'm excited.
I'm impressed.
I can't wait till the next slide. I got what's going to get a whistle. But anyway.
Now to vibrate. Next one.
Thanks a lot. Anyway, we can just go through these. They're important values, but we all have values. So let's go to the next one. I know. Next slide. I know these pretty well. Valley Health Alliance provides unique vehicle for collaboration among employers, employees, and providers to improve healthcare well-being. Collaboration is really important too. We have a lot of different organizations in our community doing health or doing acute care or doing pieces. We got people doing pieces all over the place, and frankly, they're not very well integrated. It's also a problem in healthcare in our country because you have a specialist over here who doesn't agree with the family physician over there, who doesn't agree with the emergency room doc on what should happen to you. We got all this confusing input and possibilities, and when you get sick, it's a mess trying to figure out. So part of what we're trying to do is simplify that, meaning what? Meaning start to establish best practices among the physician community. And that doesn't happen just out of the blue. Somebody's got to be bringing the docs to the table and saying, okay, if this person walks through the door and you got that headache and those symptoms, what do you prescribe? Because today, the emergency physician might give you a very different from the orthopedic physician, from your family physician. All three of them may have a different idea. And what if, and here comes the key to cost, what if you're convinced you're on death's doorstep and you need an MRI? I got to have an MRI. MRI is my answer. I got to have an MRI. Well, if you have that attitude, you may need an MRI. If you do, hopefully your physician say, yeah, absolutely, go get an MRI. Okay? But here's the problem. Often we don't. As you've seen in statistics, Americans overtest by a ridiculous percentage, hundreds of percent more than any country in the world. We ask for and get ineffective, meaningless tests, and we ask for and get meaningless drugs. 50% of the drugs you get are worthless in terms of helping you. 50%. That's a general statistic, but think of that. Yeah, George.
But John, but we're not specifically asking for that. We're being prescribed. We're being told that we
Yeah,
need
that
Sometimes.
goes both ways.
It's absolutely true, George. It's not always patient-driven, for sure.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have no clue, and you walk in, and your doc says, well, you need an MRI, okay? But even there, this is the best practice part. It varies from doctor to doctor. Let's assume you have no clue whether or not you need an MRI. But Dr. A says you do, and Dr. B says you don't. Well, what do you do? What do you do? You'll probably get the MRI. You don't want to take the chance that Dr. A was right and Dr. B was wrong. My point of raising that is best practices helps coordinate that so that if you have a given set of criteria that each doctor is using, every time you walk in, or a person walks in with that, you'll get the same recommendation. And it'll be, yes, George, you need an MRI, or hopefully, no, George, in fact, you don't need an MRI. There's a lot more of that out there than, yes, George, you do need it, than you would ever dream. And doctors agree to it, but we have tort law, we have lawyers, there's lots of reasons. While if the patient says, I want an MRI, docs, eventually, some docs are going to say, okay, go get the MRI, because they don't want the liability. So this is, I mean, think of how do you change all of that? So the good news is we're in a small enough community that we can actually tackle it with some expectation of putting together best practices for doctors so that the 40 or 50 doctors, which is kind of what it is in this, at least this end of the valley, and perhaps larger, can all take a more agreed upon approach to these things so that you as the patient will hear a more consistent message. That's a big part. So this is talking about reducing utilization. So a big part of our waste in healthcare comes from people utilizing machines and processes and services they do not and should not be using, period.
Another element of population health management, which is really interesting and unique to this community, I don't know if you picked it up through the materials that I distributed in advance of today's meeting, but 70% of the VHA members do not have a primary care physician.
Yeah.
And so what they're doing is they're using these huge health fairs in lieu of having a physician. So to John's point, I think, and to expand upon that, when you have a medical home, when you have a trusted relationship with a primary care physician, then there's more sense, you know, there's better navigation through the system. You've got a point of contact. So one of the things in the primary goal of the VHA is to connect members to primary care so that they're not showing up to the emergency room with the flu and the employer is charged $3,200 for the flu when they could have accessed their primary care provider.
The problem with that is, do we have enough primary care providers to do that in this community? We have so many practices that are full or limited, or don't take this insurance, or don't take that insurance, or take only this bit, and I think that too, besides getting the doctors on board to say, we're going to follow standard practices, but what's my revenue source? Is it going to go down? What about the MR, you know, the utilization of the MRIs? It has to pay for itself. The radiologists that get the fee, the pathologists who get the fees. That's, I mean, I don't disagree. I'm just being in the medical profession, see that hurdle, but also seeing that, you know, we have some of the best primary care physicians in this valley. Our practices are full.
Yes, although we don't lack for doctors given the size of our population in most areas. We're a little short, so we need some more internists and so forth, and the hospital is, you know, working on those. There's a list. But generally, the bigger, you've identified a key challenge. So if we're talking about reducing these unnecessary procedures, how does that get replaced as a revenue stream for doctors and hospitals? Because you can't just say, okay, put a big X through that and take that revenue way down.
Yeah.
That doesn't work. So part of what our challenge is, how do we find ways of generating revenue for doctors and others to keep you healthy? To keep, not to fix you, not only to fix you.
Programs?
Yes, this is all about wellness. So To do this, we need good data. Sorry it takes so long, but this is just the background. To manage our population, we need good data. Who's sick, who isn't? Pretty simple. Sounds simple. But if you have 8 different tests of the same thing and the test results cannot be interpreted together because there are 8 different kinds of tests, it doesn't do any good as a population. Meaning, if all 5 of those employers, which when we started happened, tested almost all 5 differently, then they each know kind of what the health of their employees are, but you can't look at them as a group. And in population health management, you must look at large groups of people to identify the problems and go after them. So, data management and collection is a big part of what we've been doing, and we're just started with very effective ways to do that with the Mayo Clinic and others. Kathleen's going to tell you about it. We're going to also work more closely with the Western Health Alliance. We're not the only ones thinking about this. So Dave Ressler, who used to work here, was just hired about 6 months ago by the Western Health Alliance to help put together this on a regional basis. So right down the road, he's doing that on a data collection basis. So collect the data. Then what do you do with the data when you know who you should be talking to? You have to have people call earlier or intervene earlier in the health process, if you will. What does that mean? Coaches. One way to do this is to get and train good people who can be health coaches. And they can be very effective at getting the data about you, understanding what needs to be done, and then contacting you about your health and trying to get you more engaged earlier on to take better care of yourself. So we just finished with training 30 health coaches.
Right.
Kathleen's going to talk a little more about it when we finish. So we had the health coaches sitting there. So now, got data collection, get the coaches. Now the next part is to actually start moving to where we're interceding and getting people to take better care of themselves because we're providing them a methodology, if you will, of not having to go to the doctor to get a bunch of answers, but maybe they can do it with a health coach. And we're also going to be putting together systems. We're going to try out things, and here's where we're going to be blowing up silos, if you will, and disrupting. Finding different ways for docs to get paid. Because it can't be just fixing you when you're broken. How about keeping you from getting too broken? How about keeping you from even having to go to that emergency room? Why shouldn't they be paid for their good processes on that? But who does that? Where does that money come from? These are all things that the Valley Health Alliance can and is doing, can do, and they are doing. And this next year particularly, you're going to start to see some results of all that as opposed to getting ready to do all that. So that's a very big overview of what's going on. You've got a list, you've got actually 2 different presentations. I'm going to ask Kathleen to talk a little bit about it, but 2 things I want to leave you with. We're not overlapping with stuff that's already being done. In fact, we're bringing people in the room and say, you, and you're all doing the same. Just get in a room. Let's do it together, not 4 different ways of the same thing. So we're trying to find ways, and we're already started that in healthcare for mental challenges, if you will. And she'll talk a little bit about her mental health.
My mental state.
Yeah, we're going to talk about your mental state. She'll talk briefly about some of the things we're doing in mental health. And so we're kind of helping coordinate all that. And then secondly, as an organization, we're going to be on more balanced basis, I would say. Up to now, the hospitals funded the vast majority of the cost of this organization, which is absolutely appropriate, okay? But now as we move forward, we're moving from kind of this startup thing to really active. So it makes more sense for us to go to a employee-based basis. Well, how many employees do you have, Mr. Member, if you're a member? And if you have 1,000 employees, you may not be paying the same as somebody who is 200 employees, okay? So we're just thinking through all that. John Peacock will be coming back to you with our proposal for next year and how we're organize ourselves, but we're ready to go that next level, and we're very excited about it. So I'll leave. We can have questions as we go along.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to make a small comment just from your presentation as you've gone forward before. I prefer a term like appropriate utilization to reduce utilization.
Okay.
Yeah, because you get to a point where people feel like, is it getting rationed or you know, this sort of stuff. And so it's really about appropriate utilization.
You're right,
use
Rachel.
it when you'd like, and then, or when you need to, and the thing. And then it's been my understanding that the best practices are somewhat of a this is be a standard protocol agreed upon by all. But if there are certain health indicators or issues, then there are deviations
Oh,
from that.
absolutely, yes,
So
yes.
there would be, those would be acknowledged. up front.
Absolutely, yeah, it's not, everybody goes in one box, for
Right,
sure.
right.
And
Yeah.
I think the term that we're using, and that's appropriate, working with Mayo Clinic and with Cooper Institute, is evidence-based. We
Yeah.
want to make sure that the care we provide is appropriate and evidence-based, and it's the right person to the right provider at the right time.
Yes.
Exactly.
So, yeah, and looking, I think, Steve, to your point, or maybe it was you, George, looking at national averages. Now, this is a unique, very physically active community, so it's going to be a little bit skewed. For example, the MRI utilization in this community is 35% higher than the national average. Well, I would like to compare this community to another resort or ski community to see what is the actual norm for a community like this. So we are tracking national averages. We are working with very esteemed experts. Dr. Cooper, Kenneth Cooper, you probably have heard of him. He founded the Cooper Institute. He is the father of aerobics. He wrote the first book on the impact of physical activity on mortality and health and wellness. And John and I are working to bring Dr. Cooper here to speak to the employers and to the community at large. But the community, the Cooper Institute, Mayo Clinic, and also the CDC and NIOSH, we have Dr. Casey Chosewood, who's the officer for total worker health from the CDC and NIOSH, reporting to the White House, is coming at our invitation in October to, again, talk about best practices and what other employers are doing throughout the country. So what VHA has been successful in doing over the past year is leveraging these very reputable think tanks to help us and support us with the evidence-based guidelines as we move forward.
George?
So you talked earlier about having, I think we're, in one sense, we're very lucky because we have sort of a plethora of health fairs. ABH does health fairs, ski company does a health fair, spring and fall, which is great. And the idea is through the BHA is to then move those folks who utilize the health fair to then use or establish a primary physician. So two questions. One is, if we follow that path, then that helps pay for the physicians. That's sort of incentive because they're generating new customers.
It can,
right?
yes.
But the sort of the double-edged sword is, do we have enough physicians in this small community to be able to handle if everyone were to take advantage of that?
That's what I was saying.
Right. There is a capacity issue to some degree here. Some would argue there's not, but I would be happy incrementally, because this is a huge culture change. I mean, so I'm not expecting 4,000 people all of a sudden to go out and get primary care physician. I would be happy, and our goal working with Cooper Institute is to move from 70% of our population not having a primary care physician to 50% in a year. You know, so these are going to be incremental changes over time, because culturally the population has relied historically on these health fairs. And so when you get 3 pages of labs delivered to your home and you don't have a doctor, what do you know what I mean? So it's very important, and the VHA is focusing on being extremely deliberate in what we're doing and why we're doing it.
And health fairs is one of the key areas where we're helping coordinate, because again, there were 3 or 4 or 5 health fairs. Everybody kind of took a different approach. What we're trying to do now is bring evidence-based practices to the health fairs themselves. What tests should you get at the health fair? And what does it mean when you get that test? And that varied from every employer. Different tests for different employers, different impacts, or different things that would happen based on your... So we're trying to get evidence-based health fairs coordinated. That's also happening through Kathleen's work in the VHA. And then, like you said, secondarily, it shouldn't be just, well, here's your test, good luck. How about, here's your test, and based on this test that we just did with you, you should walk right over there and talk to that coach. Well, why do I need to talk to coach? Well, because of what I'm seeing right here, you should talk to that coach, because the coach has some things that would be helpful for you to hear. That can and should happen at a health fair.
And what we're looking to change the process, and it's been fantastic because the city and the county joined for the first time in a unified health fair at the Jerome, which was very, very successful last year. I think collectively, the city and county, we put probably 350 people through the process. But this year, we're looking at, to John's point, immediate feedback. So rather than doing the blood draw where you don't get your results for 2 weeks, do a finger stick and you get the 5 key measures of health: blood pressure, BMI, body mass index, your blood sugar, and then your lipids. And if something's out of whack, we'll know within 10 minutes. And to John's point, you will have a coaching intervention at the time of service. So we want to make the health fairs more impactful, an opportunity at the point of service for education, for information, and really to leverage the coaching network that we've started to build. And again, we certified 30 coaches, not just in Aspen, coaches from Aspen all the way to Glenwood, and many of the local physicians sent people from their offices to be certified. So now they can expand their practices potentially and start a new business arm, and in their office send someone to their own coach that has been certified through Cooper Clinic.
Couldn't you do your blood draws 2 weeks in advance in some cases? Do a pre-blood draw before the event, and then you could have that whole profile?
It's for
I mean, I can't tell you how many calls I get, and I haven't been practicing for years, from people who get their stuff back, and I tell them they need to go to their primary physician. I don't have one.
It's damn near impossible to do it even at the time, let alone in advance. I mean, you're talking 4,000 people here.
Right.
So it's a huge we really, look, it'll be appropriate for some and not others to do this immediate feedback
Yeah, the
thing, okay?
finger stick, but
For sure. And
Like
and
it
if
is
there
in
is
school.
indicators, you'll get a full, panel of analysis, thereafter. We're trying to make it more immediate, because what we're trying to be very aware of is people's attitudes toward health. Some people don't want to talk to a doc. They don't want to hear what's wrong with them. I mean, we know that. They don't want to hear it. But what if you're standing there, you get the information right now, and it's not 2 weeks later, because you can blow it off 2 weeks later. You can say, and a lot of people do. What if you've got that right there and you're saying, someone's standing in front of you and say, look, based on your test results, would you please walk over and talk to that professional coach over there, if not doctor? So it's a different kind of thing.
it's worth trying.
Yeah. Two things. One, Steve, this is a really important subject, and I'm really glad you're in front of us. And I'm going to suggest the other board members that we go ahead and drop our membership board reports for the end of today, so we have the extra 15 minutes to continue. I don't want to end this in 3 minutes. So that's just, I think, where we could make up a little time on the agenda. The second thing is, just for you guys to consider, don't have to answer now. I think it'd be great if we had the AC1 blood test as opposed to the daily blood sugar test available, even if it's, get it later and you have to sign up and pay extra for it or something. But that has been, it's something I track. They used to be home tests you could buy at Target. They got rid of those. It's an expensive procedure if you have to buy it outside of a health fair or something. So I think that would be really very helpful. It gives you more of a 3-month outlook of your
your sugar consumption
and glycation and things like that. And so that's just something I've always felt a little missing in our blood panels.
No, and that's a great point. We're actually, the VHA is assembling a tremendous portfolio of strategic partners, and one of them is Kroger City Market. So we're working with them for a test like that, and for the folks that miss the health fairs, they could go right to their grocery store and get their finger stick, and then Kroger will send us the data so that, to John's point earlier, we can keep nourishing and building our VHA data warehouse, because the more data we assemble through the health risk assessment, we're launching year 2 with Mayo Clinic, through the health fairs, cross-referencing that data with the claims data, we are learning so much about this population, and then our interventions can be much more targeted, rather than just throwing a dart at the wall or at a map and just guessing. We're going to be very strategic, and this way we can inform and educate the coaches on the greatest areas of impact. I mean, the coaches didn't even know that 70% of the population doesn't have a primary care physician, or some of the other elements that we're dealing with. Through the Mayo Clinic health assessment, 50% of the people that took the test said that stress and lack of sleep is a huge lifestyle issue for them.
Right on
You
here.
got it right there. So we didn't know what we didn't know, and now we can start looking at the mental health consortium, where we have everybody at the table, all the providers locally and regionally at the table, to solve to the very unique mental health issues facing this community. Stress, substance abuse, depression. Depression rates within the VHA, the population is 10% higher than the national average. So this is, we're taking this very, very seriously and looking at mental health, physical health, oral health, and actually the term that we're using rather than wellness is actually resilience. It's one of our values. When you look at resilience as a human being, life throws a lot of stuff at you, and we want to make sure that we have a battery of resources for VHA members to be able to access, not only for their physical health, but like I said, for their oral health and their mental health as well.
So she just mentioned a word that kind of triggers something in my mind, that's members. Because while there's 5 of our largest employers, including your employees there are an awful lot of other employees not represented at that table yet. And we made a commitment to ourselves that this needs to be a community-wide event, actually a regionally wide event. But we also know, because of all the complexities we've just been discussing, and there's 1,000 more, we need to get at least enough established that we know we're doing something worthwhile before we expand our ranks. In other words, well, who's a member of this VHA, and how do you become a member of the VHA? We've had a lot of other businesses come and say, well, heck, I want to get in there. I want my employees too, and we want that too. And we're just, this year, I think we'll finally get to a point where we say, okay, if you come in as a VHA member, this is what it looks like. This is what it would cost you to be a member, or this is how you would participate, and here are the benefits. We're not quite there yet. We will be there, though, and as soon as we can be specific, this needs to and will grow. So you need to know that, too, as county commissioners. This isn't just, 5 largest folks. This has to grow, A, with the membership itself, and B, within the region. So I mentioned the Western Health Alliance. You got a question, George, on that? Or
Yeah, just on that, I'm just curious, since the current 5 organizations that are involved are all self-insured.
Yes.
And so when you bring in others who are not self-insured,
Yes.
then they have to deal with one extra leg.
It's different.
In terms of the provider. So
For sure.
what would the provider actually do?
That'll be up to the provider, as we all know.
Right.
But we're making, right now as we're kind of organizing ourselves for going forward, we're making provision for non-self-insured members, because we realize there are a lot of people who have employees that are not self-insured. They don't have enough employees to be self-insured. So there's going to be an important role for them to play, and it will be a different interaction, I guess you'd say, and the providers will have a different relationship there. That's why, again, we want to make sure we have a good, solid foundation before we start expanding the membership ranks. We also, and this next year, because data collection is the most expensive part, or one of the most expensive parts of this, and the analysis thereof, we're going to look at doing that regionally. So we're not going to just analyze just those 4,000, because again, with the kind of population management we're talking about, 4,000 is a small number. It's a small number of health lives to be trying to affect. Doesn't sound small to us, but it is. So we need to look at a larger catchment area. Western Health Alliance is going to help us do that. In fact, they got money that we don't for data collection and analysis. So what you're going to see happening is a regional organization like the Western Health Alliance is putting together for the big cost kind of data collection. Then you'll have more of a boots on the ground like the WHA is. How do you implement that? How do you take that information and do something with it to actually make people healthier? That can't be done on a regional basis. So it'll be both of those, if you will, entities working together. So you will hear more about the WHA, VHA, and by the way, there's some other hospitals. We're often asking, well, what are you doing with Valley View? What are you doing with Rifle or others? And the answer is, this dialogue has to happen with them too. And that's where the whole doctor thing gets really interesting and competitive and all that.
We're just taking it step through step. If you aggregate all the problems, it'll be too big of a mass and you give up. But if you break it into components and keep moving forward step by step, I think we're getting somewhere.
Well, I want you all to have a sense of pride. I hope you do, because Dave Ressler came to the board meeting last week. No one in the state is doing this. To be honest with you, talking to Dr. Choswood from the CDC, in the nation, no one is really doing this. We have a very diverse group of people at the table. And to John's point, even though it's only 4,000 lives, we're very agile. And so we're serving as an incubator or a petri dish for much larger regional efforts. The state is very interested in what we're doing. The Colorado Foundation for Health is very interested in what we're doing, and there may be an opportunity for funding at the state level to build a model that's sustainable, that could be replicated in other markets. What we're also trying to do is build an infrastructure, a menu of resources that we have tested and tried, and relationships like Mayo and Cooper, and look to monetize this model in other communities where we can sustain ourselves and continue to be creative and entrepreneurial and innovative. Everything we try isn't going to be successful, but we're not going to know unless we try. So we've done a lot of really unique things. Picken County has stepped up and serving as the alpha site for proof of concept for Auto, which is a telephonic medicine tool that leverages local physicians rather than picking up the phone and talking to some physician from Ocala, Florida. So we're looking at all of these types of initiatives. The coaching platform that we're developing with Cooper has not been done before. And so WHA is really watching and seeing what's going on. They've got providers in 32 markets in the state of Colorado, and also have expanded to the state of California. So we have an ability to serve as kind of, again, a beta site, an incubator for much larger regional initiatives as well.
Which is not a surprise for Picken County. We're kind of always the petri dish.
Of course, yeah, yeah. And
we thrive on that. That's part of our nature.
And you're going to get some bumps for being that. But we've got, the goal is to be creative, innovative, forward-thinking, but in a very strategic and thoughtful manner, and not reckless. And so here, you have in your packets.
We're actually on our agenda. We're actually at the end of our time that we had allotted for this. We could go on for a whole hour talking about the report, and it has very interesting information in it, and I think we need to set up another time that we could dig into some of this stuff more depth on the the results and the recommendations.
Steve, did you learn anything from the materials that we sent?
Oh, very much,
Good.
very much so. And now I had a question which you could maybe think about. It seemed like there was not a really high percentage of the employees took part in the assessment.
Right.
And then we get these results that the stress and the lack of sleep and the nutrition and weight control and exercise were the key things from the group of people who participated. Now, were the people who participated feeling crummy and they felt like they needed to go to the health fair, and all the really healthy ones didn't go? Did that happen and skew the results or not?
No, it's interesting, and the term that we're using, and that's a national term, is engagement. So if you look, this is year one out of the gate, so I'm happy with 1,600 people coming to the health fair and just under 600 people taking the Mayo Health Assessment this year, working with Cooper and developing a robust communications plan. Picken County had 70% participate. That's our goal for the entire VHA. So what we want to do is really encourage, inspire, and incentivize employees and spouses to participate in these activities, because the more they participate, the more we learn about them, and the more they learn about themselves, what they need, what they don't need. And so I think that's a really great comment, Steve, because our stretch goal for the entire VHA is 70%. So you're going to hear a lot of noise, good noise internally in promoting access. We really want to encourage the employers to develop incentives through benefit design or other programs for participation to increase and elevate those engagement rates.
Yeah,
Excellent comment. Yeah.
That having been said, you're right, in that as our database improves in terms of how many people, what percentage is participating, we can feel more comfortable that it is really an accurate reflection of the entire population. But that's why it's so darn important to get good data in one form that we as a group can look at together, and not just 5 different or 10 or 20 different ways of looking at it. So that data collection and analysis. So once you get it, who's going to step back and analyze it all? So data analytics is a big business out there.
Then also, in my mind, it's like we look at the group of Picken County employees.
Yes.
What can we as a board do to help people get more exercise, to eat better, to get more sleep, to have less stress in their jobs, or whatever we can do as a board, sort of, or, I'm sure there are things that we could do, and that's the kind of
Access
stuff
to
that
primary care.
we need to be
If I-
continuing to think about and try to figure out.
If I could have a Christmas present from you guys, if you could really merge with us relative to communications and values related to access to primary care would be tremendous. To really get people connected to medical homes and engagement, to get people to participate in the things that we're doing.
And
So-
that's what the fairs, the coaches, that's what it's all about.
Yeah,
Getting-
but we could do
just
that from
ma-
Picken County level, John, excuse me, we could do exactly what you said, just by putting a list of the primary care providers, where their offices are, where the information is, what their hours are, and sending out an employee newsletter so
You
people.
can, but that doesn't work.
Yeah.
What we've been, making the information available
Does
doesn't.
it work?
Nope. People won't take that initiative. So what we have to find are ways, like at a health fair, you pick your finger and
But they have to go to the health fair to have that done.
Well,
Right.
I get that.
Gotta get them there.
But it's gotta be easy, accessible, that word accessible, extremely important, because just having the information we learn doesn't work.
Yeah.
It's not a thing.
Okay, Rachel and then George.
Yeah, that is a matter to my mind for our human resources and management to take a look at, not so much the board. They understand our goals are a healthier, workforce, but it's still not us who are gonna brainstorm it. And I do believe their incentive was really that you would give $125 into your health savings account if you completed the Mayo thing.
Yep.
So there really were some pretty significant
Yes.
incentives out there to begin with, that you had to do a blood draw and then you had to do the test.
Yep.
I'm sure they're gonna continue to ramp that up for greater effectiveness and outreach and talking to those folks. There's a delicate balance with an employee's privacy.
Correct.
And whether they choose to want to do something or
Yes.
not to choose something,
Yes.
and I don't think we're gonna create a class and create, pressure on those guys.
Right.
So I'm willing to let that issue sit with Health and Human Services, our personnel department. But I just see this continuing to grow in value. And one of the big things we talked about with this effort a year and a half ago was when would the health coaches come online?
Right.
And that, I think, is a big step. That's going to be a really important step of someone wanting the health coach say, well, I can take you this far, but you really should have the primary home, and and things like that. So things are evolving, and maybe I agree with Steve that we're not going to have time to go over all these values, and I would like to go over them. But I could see doing a little more of a visual flow chart of how you would expect a random person to be treated, or to move forward, or what the goals are of an individual or
Okay.
family.
Yeah.
And that would help illustrate it for people who aren't as close to the industry.
Sure,
Great.
excellent, great feedback, thank you.
So to do what you've been doing is support the WHA, and you can help fund it. I mean, you've been doing that. That's going to be an ongoing thing you can absolutely do. Help encourage your staff, your employees to participate in these, their leading edge ways, whether it's a health fair or a coach. We're going to present opportunities for people to take more responsibility for their own health, which is really what you're asking. How do you encourage people to take that responsibility earlier?
Well, and when we authorized John Peacock to begin this effort and move it forward, we knew it was a 10-year project. It wasn't something that you do in 18 months and
Yes.
call it good.
Yes.
It would continue to evolve. It also is evolving at the same time the implementation of the Affordable Care Act has occurred.
Sure is.
So there's a changing landscape in a lot
A
of
little bit.
ways. And so, again, we knew this would be a long-term effort to bend
Yes.
that cost curve and improve the 3 outcomes.
Well, we're on our way, so.
And thank you for all your help in
George,
getting us there.
did you have, okay. All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much for
Okay,
coming
thank you.
in, and
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Nice to see you all.
thanks for bringing this study to us. It's very, very interesting.
Good, thank you.
Okay. Okay, next we have a discussion on special events with Mike Kramer and Cindy. You're listed on the.
Oh, no, nothing on the computer.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Mike Kramer with Picking County Planning Staff, and Cindy Hubin. Oh, and Tammy, too, yeah. Cindy Hubin is who we all know, and then also Tammy Cochin, who is our zoning officer. She's also attending and listening in too with us. I'm not sure if you have all met her yet, but this is Tammy.
Hi.
Hi, Tammy, how are you?
She's never had a chance to be before you before, so.
Is a zoning, I'm sorry, but is a zoning officer similar or different than a enforcement officer?
Very different.
Yeah.
And
So in terms of what Tammy's able to do or not able to do?
Tammy reviews plans, makes sure they're in compliance with their approvals, and also goes out in the field and ensures that things are built the way they've been approved. So it's a real different approach than a enforcement action.
And then do we have 2 zoning officers
We
now, or
did.
do, okay, so we still have the name?
Joanna.
It just escaped me. Okay, great, just wondering that. Thanks.
Okay, this is our special event, talk with the board. The board had requested that we get together and talk about special events with regards to permitting. We threw some information in there about event trends, locations, and then also caucus input. And you have our AIS, our agenda item summary. So just a little background. Pickens County Community Development is responsible for permitting special events, and it's an administrative action. We have a web page that we use. It's a multi-jurisdictional web page with the City of Aspen, Town of Snowmass Village, and us. And the process is that someone, an applicant or a promoter, uploads an application onto our website, and we're all available to look at it. And the application website is really detailed. It talks about safety for your event, operating plans, contact phone numbers, insurance requirements for alcohol if it's an event that's going to serve liquor. And the applicant fills all this out. We review it and decipher it out to all the referral departments like the sheriff's office and the ambulance districts, the caucuses, open space and trails, who also has a permitting process. And then we all comment on it, and if everything's kosher, we permit it with a write-up. And it's a write-up that has sometimes conditions. We acknowledge when the event is, timeframes, require things like no parking on roads. If it's a bike event, we'll have conditions about riding 2 abreast, things of those nature. And I also wanted to note too that Pickens County, we have a review department, and the City of Aspen and the Town of Snowmass Village actually have marketing departments that we know of. You get an update from the city every 2 weeks on the Pro Cycling Challenge, and those 2 jurisdictions are actively out there promoting the Upper Valley and trying to bring events in, whereas our department specifically reviews events. We don't have a marketing department, we don't even have a special events department, but ComDev does do the permitting for this process. I just want to make sure the board was aware of that.
Do you think we need a department to bring more events into town?
You tell us.
George?
Well, I think what we need, like my earlier question is, so when you give out a permit and you have certain criteria and certain expectations how that event will be pulled off, and when that event goes askew, what sort of leverage do we have? Where's the stick?
Well, in the past, the board has asked us to keep track of that, send a notice to the event organizers that, there's an issue. And then if they apply again in the following year, we have that documentation and work a little bit more closely with them on the event. But you're right, there's not a real hammer. We've also found that the code in Pickens County is such that it might be scattered a little bit, and that the noise ordinance, is under environmental health, and so we may end up sending one of our environmental health officers out, in the middle of, an event to take a decibel reading, but it could be on a Sunday afternoon, those kinds of things. So we don't really have the type of coverage for enforcement that I think you may want. But this is all about the discussion. I asked Dale, and I know John's here, and we really appreciate it, and Janet from Open Space, because they feel a lot of the impacts on the open space lands as well, of events taking place that spill over into Pickens County. All kinds of events that use the natural resources around, use our public roads, to get there and back. Use them as part of the event. all of that. So I think, it's much more of a resource kind of question for the board, as well as a character question for the board. But as Mike pointed out, to a certain extent, unless we have this discussion with the jurisdictions who actively seek special events, I'm not sure that we have a lot more than a reactionary position. So it's something that we may want to do.
Rachel?
So I may have missed this before, but is there a representative of Open Space and Trails on the permitting committee group that you get together?
Yeah, we work with Open Space and Trails for referrals, but it all should be known too that Open Space and Trails, when there's an event on like the Rio Grande or on Open Space, they also permit that event for their property then too. But we do work closely and issue permits together.
Okay, so you do have a direct conduit for them to express concerns about overuse or things like that? Okay, and then it seems, have you had meetings with those resort planners to let them know what would be out of bounds or in bounds, or, that they can't be more than X many a year, or?
Well, we don't have those regulations to say that there can't be more than X many per year kind of thing. And we have had discussions with the various event planners, about the concerns that do spill out into the county. But as a board, so far, we haven't taken a position to create limitations. And we definitely have the authority if that's the way the board wants to go. Dale and I jointly did some research, if you might remember, with Gabe Preston about the Rio Grande Trail and the use of Maroon Creek Road for special events. And at that time, when we got the report back, there wasn't any super alarming information that said, oh, we better stop this right now. It's being overused. What we got back was, some people, at least on the Maroon Creek Road, enjoyed seeing the events. They weren't an issue, for them, and we have that number and that background baseline data to work from. Everybody experiences the events differently, and I think that it really is a question. I think, unfortunately, there's not a lot of people to talk to.
Well, maybe I didn't ask the question correctly, Cindy. I mean, from the specific resort associations that are promoting events in the Upper Valley, have you run into them saying, oh, this is great, you can do this, just go to Pickens County and permit it, and Pickens County going, we can't permit that? I mean, have you run into that direct conflict, or do they have some idea of, hey, telling them a 1,000-person party on the Rowan Road area is not going to go somewhere, or no, you can't run 200 people down the North Star Preserve at once? I mean, have you set some boundaries so that they have some idea what not to overcommit to
We have not. We haven't had those discussions.
We do say, when people come in, we say, that's not going to fly. We would not recommend approval of certain types of permits. We have said that, but we don't have,
some guidelines.
Specific guidelines.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I have another, and forgive me for not, I did try and pull up an event on Smuggler Mountain during Food and Wine, but there was not a contact number. So because Mike had nicely sent the information out about they were using headsets for their disco music so there wouldn't be a noise violation. Well, there was a blatant noise violation that continued and continued to the point where I called the sheriff's office, and an officer was on his way up there, and they then hooked up the headphones. They had these great headphones where everybody got to do their own volume, and it didn't, and the music stayed on their heads. But they apparently didn't use them until the sheriff's officer went up there. So I don't know, do we have that where somebody in the public could go to the county website, pull up the event, and there'd be a contact or information about the permitting? The music will go till 11, or...
The website actually allows for the public to see what events are happening, and also, really importantly, allows applicants to see other events that are happening for that weekend too. But yeah, the public can pull up, and there are contact information numbers. I haven't heard of any member of the public actually contacting the promoter directly. Usually it's the phone call to the sheriff's office.
Yeah.
And for that event, actually, Patty, we actually had given the noise meter to the deputy for that evening, and he went up to the property.
He did, and then I got invited to the party. I didn't go, but because I was in my jammies. I mean, it was, very late. But yeah, but they responded, and they responded in their usual nice, timely manner. But, you know, and I think that's the issue I have with events, is that we give them parameters when they're permitted, and they don't follow them. And then, you know, and then what do? And then next year you say, well, our records show that we had a complaint last year, okay, we won't do it. I mean, I don't know how we go about addressing that. Just like giving advice to the event planner that just did the thing on the North Star. And did they follow it? You know, and then the event goes on, and then they say, you know, oops, you know, we didn't know we couldn't have all 60 people go down. I mean, I don't know, I really don't know how we get a handle on that without just saying we're not having events anymore, which we can't do because, you know, we need them for lots of reasons in the community. So unless you come up with some really great ideas on how we can get people to follow the rules once they're permitted, you know, it's because that event comes and goes. It's not like it's a building that stays there that we can have remedy with.
George?
Well, it goes back to, I think, the earlier discussion. I think what we need to look at is enforcement. And we've talked about this for many other reasons besides special events, because we need to have someone who has ability to enforce the permit and have consequences, whether it's a heavy fine or whether it's the inability for that planner to be able to do an event the following year. There has to be some ramifications. And so that's one thing we need to work on, and that's sort of a budgetary item. The other thing is, you know, when you talked to Cindy about Gabe's presentation, I remember that was a few years ago. And so we were right at the tipping point because he compared us to Summit County where they are over the tipping point. And so what I'm hoping to get out of this, and when I viewed that at the time, was that here's a trend that we can see what's happening in other counties. And so rather than being in a situation where we're having to be reactive, similar to the weighting that stimulated a whole new rules for the rural and remote, it's an opportunity for us to be proactive and to perhaps start to look at guidelines and look at where events are starting to overuse our capacity for our resources, not only personnel resources, but just our land resources. And so that we're not tying up, we're not impacting our trails, our other recreational areas every weekend over a very short period of time, just so those resources can be used for special events versus the general public. So that's what I'm hoping, that this is the start of a conversation to develop some sort of guidelines, some sort of format, that knowing that, well, if you've got an event this weekend, next weekend, I mean, is every weekend do we have an event on the Rio Grande, and is that really what we want? And I think it'd be interesting to see when we get the master plans back, certainly from the caucuses that are along some of these areas, what their concerns are as well.
You know, I've also thought whether, you know, and I don't know if we're at that point, but of requiring bonding for your special event permit, you know, or is there a simpler method? I don't know, letter of credit, something like that. As Patty said, the companies can kind of come and go. And I know I heard the comment from George in passing when we were reading that article about the float trip, who kind of ignored their warning, that people should be banned from being able to obtain permits for other activities. If you know, time out if you've decided to ignore them, whether it's for 1 year or something like that. I don't know. We'd have to all kind of look at the pros and cons of this, and whether it's been a truly simple mistake and misunderstanding versus deliberate, you know, I'm going to blow the rules off. But I think we, you know, would need to hear from our attorney's office and others about what these things are. I don't want to burden every special event with a new cost of a bond, but we might want to think, are there categories of events where a bond is appropriate? And that is sacrificed if you violate the noise standard, or sacrificed if you leave the area in a bad condition or exceed the numbers and you know, different things like that. But and again, if somebody has been deliberate, you know, I don't think they should be able to come in for a special event permit for any of our activities, just because they, you know, blew through a permit on North Star. You know, sorry, you're not going to be the one representing someone for another type of party or event, and it make the cost of violating the rules serious enough that people start paying attention.
You know, and we've been talking about enforcement since we need to have an enforcement officer, and we're trying to figure out how to do that. But that brings me to your department and the increase in complexity of events, and if we need to have more follow-up and, you know, really pursue these permitting issues, do we need to have somebody in your department that can just handle that, either full-time, year-round, seasonal? I don't know.
I think it's a coordination issue we did for a short period of time.
I remember,
Had,
Valerie.
someone for 20 hours a week during those more intense seasons of special events, and it really worked well for us. I mean, she was on top of it. She would actively track down people. I think there were a lot less violations, but I think there are a lot more events today than
Right.
there were there then. But I think that we go back and forth, should this be an operations issue with the sheriff's department versus community development, a little bit back and forth. So I think it's a coordination issue there. It would take the right person to be able to make that happen, but definitely I believe that it's especially a peak seasonal issue for us here, and perhaps there's a way. I know I want to have John Armstrong be able to talk if he'd like about any of the issues, but maybe there's a way to coordinate someone who could help us with all of that effort throughout the county, because we do a good job. We have a great website. We do coordinate with the jurisdictions, but there are a lot of people who ignore the process. So even though we show that we may have, you know, 25, 28 special events permits, you know, there's a lot more than that going on out there that are not permitted.
Really?
Yeah.
What would help when I saw that, the 28 permits, is if you're able to break that down in terms of the time, the dates, and where those uses are. So how many of those are utilizing the Rio Grande, and how many, and what are the dates? So at least I get sort of a sense in terms of is the Rio Grande getting overused, or is it spread out over? And I don't know that just by looking at 28 permits. I know that I constantly see signs, race in progress along the Rio Grande almost every weekend. But some of them are shorter term, and so the impact is less than others. So somehow I need to have that information, and for us to determine what level are we at in terms of use.
It'd be kind of great to have it on a calendar format,
Right,
you know, if
right.
possible.
Sure.
Yeah.
And do we have events that, we know we have events that flow over from the jurisdictions, the municipalities. Do we have them that are permitted in Eagle County or Garfield that affect us, and how are we brought into that loop?
Yeah. There are many events that go into the other jurisdictions other than the town of Snowmass and city of Aspen. There are running events, bike events that spill over in Eagle County, Garfield County, town of Carbondale, Gunnison County,
yeah.
and those are those big bike rides that happen that go throughout western Colorado. But we do have contacts with those jurisdictions, and we refer them on our special event
So it goes
referral
back
emails.
and forth.
Yeah, and they'll say, oh yeah, we permitted this event, or no, we didn't. Have the promoter get in contact with me. So that's the extent of our interaction with the other jurisdictions like that.
You know, I'm kind of conflicted on this whole thing, because in one sense it's nice to see people out doing physical things and using our roads and our trails. But then if you look at if something is too successful, and you end up with something like Moab, where the whole town is so hugely impacted by things being too successful, and too many people come, and it just kind of gridlocks the whole town sometimes. And we don't want to end up there. You could take a running race that started out with 13 people the first year they held it, and now it has 30,000 people wanting to run in something, and you can just see the difference between an event that started out small and it was successful and popular and people like doing it, but then if it gets too big, then it's unmanageable and people don't like it anymore. So I think at some point we need to probably put a restriction on the total numbers of participants in an event, or we need to be ready to do that if things start getting too big and too successful. And I understand Aspen and Snowmass wanting to they want to fill the beds and get people eating at the restaurants, and they want to have these events. So that's an important part of our economy. So we need to, in a sense, welcome a lot of the events. In
Like
my
the
mind
pro-bike
too,
race.
we get to, if it's an outside group that doesn't have any connection with the Roaring Fork Valley and wants to come in and do an event, I would start prioritizing, like a local group that wants to do an event for a fundraiser or for whatever reason, to me would be more important to accommodate them than if it's a complete outside group coming in. Now that might fill more beds with people coming from elsewhere, but if we're starting to get too many events and we have to cut somebody out, that's a choice we'd have to make on.
I also see it in a big picture way as there's a lot of different ways to respond to it. You could do the limitations end of it, but you could also look at the infrastructure part of it as well. In some of our budget discussions, we're talking about roads are actually trails in many cases. Some of our back roads are actually trails for many of these events, for many activities. And so we really need to start looking at it a little differently in terms of how we fund that maintenance or how we fund a wider shoulder or what we think about if in fact that's something we want to do. So there's some threshold questions of, what's too much, and then what would you like to accommodate a little bit more safely, or if you're gonna have that type of activity. So it's a multifaceted question when you really start digging in, but I think that we can bring back some thoughts for you on that. But I think that it's starting to, the umbrella of these events are starting to touch so many of our different departments: road and bridge, open space, community development, Forest Service that we work with closely on a lot of this. How do we coordinate our efforts?
Because we're looking at least I'm looking at, not so much impinging on the events that the municipalities put on, but how they impact unincorporated Pickens County. And so if Snowmass wants to bring in the Tough Mudders, well, that really doesn't impact unincorporated Pickens County per se. It's localized right in Snowmass, so that's great. If that event were to begin down in Emma and work its way up, well, then that would be a different story when you have hundreds of people over a length of a time. So that's really where I'm more concerned. I think that's where the caucuses are concerned about in terms of the impact they have in their neighborhoods and their ability to utilize our open space and our trails.
And that's a good point, George. I just want to add this too, that we're talking about permits that we've issued and the bike events and events that are generated by the other jurisdictions. But currently, there are also a whole other variety of events that we permit too, like the parties that we're talking about, Patty. And part of our permitting includes these fundraiser events that happen. And I would have to say in the last few years that there have been more and more fundraiser events in the rural area of Pickens County where 500 to 800 participants will show up along with 100 catering staff and 20,000 square feet of tents that get constructed. These are also events that get permitted through our department, and we don't have a threshold or any type of prioritization for those events in the rural areas. Other events that may come to the county that we just haven't experienced would be like something like a music festival. We don't have any restriction on prioritizing or regulating if a large event such as that wanted to go into a rural caucus area. We would certainly look at the master plans and have caucus input, but right now our code isn't set up for something like that.
Talking Woodstock?
It'd be Woodstock, yeah.
Well, you know, there was the Harmony Fest at Buttermilk maybe 15 years ago or so, but that was different. You know, I hate to kind of throw this back to you guys, but it's really hard for me to really come up with too much off of this memo, because there's so many different categories of these events, and they have their own unique questions. And so I think we need to kind of break it down a little bit more of, you know, fundraising gatherings under 200 and fundraising gatherings above that, you know, different sets of questions or whatever, you know, within urban growth boundaries, in rural, remote areas, within caucus areas, you know. It just, I was just thinking before, it's just I need more specific examples so that we could think through some of the intricacies of those and what their implications are. And then you marry that with the calendar concept that George had come out, you know. I don't know that it is a big deal for a caucus if they had one every 2 weeks, but if they have 3 on the same weekend, it might be, you know, unmanageable. And so, you know, so that I need to kind of look at more specific examples. I think it would be good for you guys to also write down some of those examples of what we haven't seen but could see, you know, whether it's Woodstock to up in for the frying pan, or you know, large river float trips and this and that. I think it's important that we continue to follow them in such a way that we're sure that we're breaking even also on county staff time, whether it's sheriff's officers or what. And, you know, I'd like to look for opportunities of whether it is valuable to have an enforcement officer. Is it a position that would be just seasonal? Is it something that could marry with some other needs within the county? You know, we all saw the story yesterday, I'm sure, that some of the large trucks continue to go over Independence Pass, whether they should or not. And I was thinking, boy, you know, if you had somebody out there kind of near where that we're already worried about North Star float trips, you know, could they be a little bit of a double duty person there or something like that? You know, I don't know. You know, I really don't. I'm just brainstorming. And, you know, if it gets to a point where there has to be a fee on the permit that is sliding scale but relates to the payment of the enforcement officer, I think that that's important, because, you know, we're already doing everything as required, as we should, through state health to make sure the food quality is not going to be poisoning people, and, you know, you have to have environmental health take a look at those things. So I think it'd be important to, again, get back to a place where we're sure we're break even, neighbors are notified, and we have some way of measuring, is this impact too much or not too much. I mean, it's almost a good problem to have. If the economies were so down, nobody was doing anything, you know, people would be saying, how do we stir up business? But we're at a point of saying, how do we manage business? I don't like to think of us as controlling it, stopping it, shutting it down or anything, but it's about how do we manage those impacts, and for the safety of the attendees and for the integrity of the neighborhoods. So that's kind of where I hate to say, like, we need to keep jumping on it and refining it, but, you know, uses of the river are going to be very different than the Rio Grande. So that's what I mean by specifics, or breaking them into categories of where you see different types of activities. And then I'd also like to look at what, again, could be outreach. You know, would be its own chapter. How do we work with the marketing department in Snowmass? How do we work with the marketing of the ACRA? Separate from private event planners, you know, how do we work with them better? So they're managing expectations, as it were. It wasn't just a few years ago, I'm not sure if you were on the board still, Patty, or not, where Snowmass was very interested in bringing in a large Jeep caravan tour group for the area.
I think I missed that
to
one.
go from place to place on all the back roads and the dust and everything like that, and we had to say, no, that we're not interested in that, but they had been courting somebody to do that. And so how do we make sure they don't, you know, get egg on their face by suggesting ideas that just wouldn't be allowed? And then we need to look at a whole enforcement section, and there's a lot of options there. Again, whether there's a small fee to help pay for the enforcement officer, is there bonding requirements beyond a certain scale or expectation? Is there something less expensive for them than bonding? And what are other punishments? Who's on the line if somebody really violates their approvals? And there may be financial, it may be just you're no longer allowed to be a player, or any other companies you create to sidestep that, or something like that. All about who the principals are and who made the mistakes before.
So, back to your early comment, maybe have John Armstrong come up, because last year, now it's been 2 years since we had the wedding up on backside of.
Yeah, 1 year this
Just 1
spring.
year ago.
1 year ago.
Well, so that precipitated a whole new process in terms of a special event rules, but it also set a moratorium, so we were able to do that. So, based on this last current, maybe it wasn't an abuse, maybe it was just, maybe it wasn't malicious, but it was just accidental that this past wedding that took place on the North Star. But maybe it wasn't, so I'd like to hear from John and whether we need to have a moratorium on any special events, uses on the North Star until we're able to really implement that North Star management plan.
Steve, I'll go after.
Know you were team. Well, I think I'm John Armstrong, Ranger for Open Space and Trails, and I think it's interesting that question you just posed, George, about a moratorium, because in the management plan, in the old management plan, and proposed in the revision of the management plan as well, there are no special events allowed on North Star, period, or any commercial activity. That said, there are two commercial uses that are permitted on North Star, and that is the Aspen Kayak Academy for SUP and kayak, started with kayak, and the Aspen paragliding. And so they have a special use permit that has been in effect for actually several decades. So that will change a little bit in the revision of the plan, but still there's no commercial use allowed and no special events. So if you wanted to have, say, a rehearsal dinner where you wanted to have a catered dinner on the beach with tablecloth and wine and waiters, etc., which has happened before, that's not allowed. And if it's organized by someone commercially that's making money off of that event, that is not allowed either. So you have a special event, and then you have a commercial commercial use or commercial special event, neither of which are allowed. So this event the other day, I spoke at great length with the events planner, and we spoke for a very long time, and I was clear, and when I had to finally end the conversation, because obviously they weren't getting the answer they wanted, and I'm not going to violate the management plan and tell them that they can operate commercially on North Star. So it did happen, and there are ramifications, and I don't know if how much of a deterrent that's going to be, but in the last revision of Title 12 that you gave your blessing to the early part of this year, last year for the big wedding that also had a float trip, we did ticket the events planner, and it was $100, which is pocket change. So we do have quite a bit stiffer fine that's in line with our wildlife poaching fine. So we have a much stiffer penalty now. Whether that would deter an event of such magnitude, it's really hard to say. But as far as working with ComDev, Mike and I work together all the time. We talk very frequently, and with Janet, our administrative assistant. So I think that open space is very, very specific on what we will allow and our stipulations, our regulations for special events. In fact, it's sometimes I feel a little embarrassed that it's about 2 pages long, but we have our standard list of regulations and requirements, and then we have another listing of requirements that's specific to that event, because each event has different challenges. So we are very, very specific, and we are I'm told from all our sister programs in Colorado that really we're the only ones that monitor. Almost everybody gives some sort of special use permits, except for cases like North Star, on their jurisdiction, but nobody monitors. So we're lucky that we barely, honestly barely have the manpower to monitor, and if we give a permit, I feel that we have to monitor whether the requirements are being obeyed or not. So we have written several tickets this summer, and we do keep track of it, and we have certainly some players that are in very good stead, some that have come a long way and now are very, very good and responsible players, and we have other people that we've worked with for years, and frankly, they're striking out. We feel that they're not able to comply with the regulations that we put forth, and they are for resource protection and for the safety of our public and our visitors.
Patty?
You know, it keeps coming back, and I think we need to, look at Phyllis here, really address the issue of our enforcement officer. I know that we are working on it, but I think we need to maybe speed that up. We can find the right, I know it's a matter of the right person, the right blend of responsibilities and duties, but it doesn't mean we don't have the need for enforcement during the winter. We do. So I would like to see us, because it keeps coming up, enforcement, rules and regulations, enforcement, and we need to have that person on board to assist when needed, where needed.
Let me bring up a point here, George. You asked the question about unpermitted events, and we haven't talked at all about these venues that are holding the events, multiple events on the same place, and I don't know if you wanted to get into that based on your memo, such as the Panorama place, where they hold multiple events in the neighborhood's not liking it. And
you might remember when the wedding happened last year and we had the moratorium and we did the code amendments to address that. You might remember we adopted a requirement that if a specific property gets more than 3 special event permits, they're capped at that, and then they have to request to the board a special event venue, special review, one step to the commissioners, and it's a public hearing.
And has anybody come in to apply for that?
We just got 2 of them actually last week, and they're for 2 properties in the Woody Creek area. But it was a provocative question that we just put in there to the board, that there are unpermitted events that do happen in the county, and the issue of enforcement and being out there to actually see that event happening is just, we just don't have it in our department. So it was just a question that we threw out to the board.
Okay. George?
So 2 things. Your last comment, John, when you said that there are some event planners that have come along, you were able to work with, and some that just are not able to follow through. So then are you providing that information to Mike, and so if they come before a special permit, Mike knows those your concerns, and I would assume that you would not be permitting?
We have a list of problem childs that John and I communicate about, and but keep in mind too that John and Janet are permitting just open space and trails properties, Rio Grande Trail, right. And then wherever else a running race might pass through. But if there is a violation on open space and trails property, John has the ability to fine like he does. He also lets me know so that we can talk to the event organizer and get it fixed for next year. And some things are minor enough where we say to the organizer, all right, you have to use the chalk spray paint when you're trying to delineate where the route is going to go, or have a marshal somewhere where there's a safety hazard where there might be a road crossing. And we work with the applicants and the promoters to address those issues. We don't flat out deny their permit for the following year. A really good example is, I guess if we can use names, Aspen Valley Marathon, I feel like has come leaps and bounds from where they were when we first permitted that event. The promoters are local, and their first year we had severe issues with their road crossings, where their marshals were, how they flagged the course, cleaning up after the course. And over the years now, we have a very good working relationship with them, and we've addressed the issues. So we haven't flat out denied a permit like the Aspen Valley Marathon. We work with them to get compliance.
But if you know you've got some problem childs that open space has had a problem with, and even though they're asking for a permit that's not utilizing open space, you would assume that their behavior would just carry over regardless of what special event they were promoting.
We have one for this year that I think, John, I guess we'll have to have a further discussion, but I don't think that we'll be permitting in the future years. That just came to that threshold.
And then the other question, John, is you said earlier that in North Star, we have some commercial permits, but North Star is not a venue for any special events, period?
Right, no special events, no commercial activity.
And so this was a blatant abuse of our rules for North Star.
Yeah, and I realize North Star is very restrictive, but it's that way for a reason, and it's probably that reason that it remains such a special place. So I realize it is very restrictive, and people want it, and not everybody gets what they want. So
I just wonder, I mean, this is sort of perhaps hopefully an isolated case, but if you know that someone's coming before you for a special event from North Star, and you tell them North Star is out of bounds, it's not allowed, and then they still go ahead and use North Star, I would think that with our relationship now with the Sheriff's Department, that we can get the Sheriff's Department up there to deal with that group.
well, I think that's the whole conundrum with North Star, is all these different jurisdictions and different responsibilities, problems, challenges, all rolled into one. Is the put-in being at Forest Service property, right on to private property, and then you're into conservation easements, then you're into the nature preserve, and then the takeout is encroached by CDOT right-of-way, private land, open space and trails. It's just such a hodgepodge. So really, everybody has to come together. And it's incredibly complex, but certainly the time is now for all these entities to get together. And I think we've open space has been I think we've been proactive. How successful we've been somewhat successful, but I think this off-season, this winter, is we have to get some agreements between State Patrol, CDOT, Forest Service, Sheriff's Office. Everybody has to come together, and it is not easy. And the water is owned by the people, thank God. Mm-hmm. So it's complex.
Okay, well, we have a lot of issues, Rachel.
Yeah, I know we're ready to move on, and this is just an initial conversation. I'm glad you've brought it to our attention, because we will have the fall and the winter to continue to line up the ducks. But, I'm just going to ask that perhaps in an executive session, we could hear more about what are the bad actors and the magnitude of the problem, because we just kind of keep politely, as it should be perhaps, but if people have been violating the code and we're taking enforcement actions, and or you're finding out later they never got a permit, I can't deal with it well in generalities, and so I think we need to hear later through the attorney's office and what have been the magnitude of the problems. I want to make sure, on the one hand, we're not making a mountain out of a molehill, and on the other hand, I want to make sure we're not ignoring the mountain. So, you know, I want to keep diving into this topic.
If I could address that, the problem child that Mike and I are tongue-in-cheek about, this spring, the Forest Service called me up and they said, what about this tour? And so they were having problems, CDOT was having problems, Leadville was having problems, and Buena Vista was having problems. I thought, well, maybe it's not just me.
Great, okay.
It's all our fault,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I think it's kind of like keep checking the pulse on things and keep reporting back to us on trends. And if we could have like periodic updates on, you know, maybe at the end of the summer, how did this summer go?
Divvying out as to events.
But am I also hearing, Steve, direction to start to develop some proactive guidelines that the board wants to look at that have to do with the what-ifs, you know, and the numbers and the enforcement and basically the enforcement paying its own way type of a look at these events? Is that what I'm hearing from the group as a whole, from the board?
Well, for me it is. I don't want just regular updates. I want to try to resolve these issues.
I'd like to see the breakdown too. I think George was, of what kind of events. So
Part of the
yeah, what kind of events, so we kind of know what we're talking about. Are we having problems with these little guys or with these big guys, or who's in the middle?
So have a follow-up to this, another work session.
Yeah, we need to have another.
With a more in-depth look at the.
With some suggestions that,
And
based on this input and some of our concerns, some suggestions that staff would come up with open space as well.
Mm-hmm.
One thing, if I could say, Mike and I were talking this morning, and overall, we feel we're doing pretty good. We have a lot of great events, and people really seem. I'm not an events guy. If there's an event, I usually go the other way, where I can get out in the woods away from it. But people love them. They really get great joy out of them, and we haven't gotten a lot of complaints. So on the whole, I think we're doing pretty well.
Yeah, I'd echo that too. We have, I would represent, we have a handle on this. We're permitting the events that come in. We address the issues when they come up. And overall, like, people really like the events in our county. We have some really neat ones that happen, like the Power of 4 mountain bike and running races, the Grand Traverse, which has happened since before I've been here.
I have to tell you, the Highland Games in Snowmass was great. The overflow into Aspen was all those men in kilts.
Rachel?
Yeah, you know, I really want to thank you, John, for making that statement. We're not having this meeting as part of a crisis. We're having this meeting as part of keeping up and being aware of what's going on and setting procedures for going forward. And I think that that's just really important. You know, I can only think of kind of like the Carbondale Mountain Fair. What a great event. Everybody loves it. Everyone puts up with the inconvenience, but it's one weekend. If you had a Carbondale Mountain Fair every weekend, it would be a little harder on the community.
And Rachel won the fruit pie contest.
You're always winning something.
First
time
You do the log.
I've been at this desk too long to do the log anymore. I was able to pull out a pretty good pie.
They did not give out ribbons this year, much to Rachel's demise. We're going to have to get her a blue ribbon.
I think we should have the board should make a
We'll
ribbon
make a
for
blue ribbon
Rachel.
for Rachel.
Yeah, we'll do
Hang
something.
on. All right.
After I make you a pie.
After you make your pie.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Look
you,
forward to
guys.
seeing you all again.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have
We're going to have a slideshow here.
report on basalt floodplain remapping. G.R. Fielding, our illustrious engineer here.
Thank you, Steve. I'm just going to take a moment to open up a couple slides.
The projector's on the, there you go.
Who are you trying to bring up? Bring him up. Come on.
Yeah, you two get
I'll
our
let you
guests
sit
up
in the
here.
back of the room.
We have Mike Scanlon, the town manager from Basalt, and Lewis Meyer from SGM.
And the town's engineer.
Yes, welcome, congratulations.
And also joining us, walking in the room right now, is Chris Romine from AECom. That's a consultant that's been working on this project for a long time and for CDOT. Again, I'm GR Fielding. I'm the county engineer. We're here to discuss an update on an issue that's been ongoing since the late 80s. It has been an issue that has framed a good part of my career with the county, in that every 6 months or so I've been called down to Basalt to have a series of meetings, and then the issue has been very difficult. It's been very technical, and we've gone back and forth with it a lot over the last probably about 7 years. But again, a little bit of the history. It did start in the late 80s. 1987, the Upper Basalt Bypass Bridge was constructed. Along with that construction, I don't know for sure if it was 87 or an 88. The berm.
90.
Yeah. Along that, in that same time frame, a berm was constructed, and I'm using the word berm very deliberately. It's not a levee. It was never certified as a levee. It was never maintained as a levee, and so therefore it cannot be called a levee. And that has a very large significance for the south side of Basalt. For a number of years, we in the team that was put together by CDOT and Town Basalt really looked into what it would look like to build a levee to help protect the south side of Basalt from what's called the split flow. And the split flow is about half of the water was expected to go down and flood the south side of Basalt, and the other half was assumed to go down, or calculated to go down the main channel and use floodways near downtown Basalt and going through that corridor. On the map in front of you, the south side is on the bottom of the map here, and this is how it's been mapped as a floodway, and then this is the main channel through here.
And where's the bridge? If you could just give
The bridge is where the flow splits.
Okay.
It's right at the bridge.
Okay.
Yes.
So is that pretty much like where the home supply ditch head gate is and
That's
going down?
So the
That would
home
be
sup-
like the center of that
right there.
south side?
Yeah, and so that is exactly that berm that those head gates are located in. That's the berm that we're discussing. And so
Wait, before you, can you tell me what AE, what that means?
I'm going to refer to Chris on that because
So A is the area that's just plain yellow.
Right.
And that is an area where the water surface elevations have not been calculated. They just say that's an area that, or the depths, as it were, haven't been calculated. It's an area where they expect flooding. Maybe there's been some approximations. Where the hatch marked yellow is, zone AE, they've gone through a detailed study, albeit maybe a little misguided for this map that we're looking at. And in the published maps, there are water surface elevations printed on the map where that hatch mark is. So you could go and you could say, okay, here's my front step and where's the water, and do that calculation. The zone that's A is sort of a zone that's between the Roaring Fork main floodplain and this south side floodplain, and it's mostly agricultural fields. It's unclear to me why that got put in there as zone AE, and I'm thinking maybe they lacked some of the topographic information to come up with the water surface elevations.
Where's the water and sand plant in comparison to that A?
It's not visible. Well,
Is
maybe
it up to the top?
it's probably somewhere in
Just
here.
above that?
It's actually, I think, just up and to the left of the image, because the actual pond
Right.
is, I believe, is also zone A.
Okay.
And I think that was a
That
function.
just gives me an idea of where I'm at.
Yeah, like that zone A is where if you were to travel east from the sanitary plant, there's a couple of ranches, it's mostly open land before you get to the post office, kind of.
A few mobile homes stuck in there.
Yeah, I think right along the bike path there,
Yeah,
there are a couple
okay.
mobile homes that area.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So the over these years of studying what it would take to make this map look a lot more like what's mapped here, and I'll have Chris get into a little bit of why there's a different delineation between the two. There several times have been a levee that was proposed that would have essentially traversed the Cerise Ranch. It would have started near the head gates that Steve had mentioned earlier and traveled all the way up and through the Cerise Ranch and gone up against the, in between there and the golf course, essentially. We had one conversation with the Town of Basalt Board or Council and with the Board of County Commissioners at a joint meeting. This was probably 4 or 5 years ago at this point. And that was really when we were discussing and trying to see what this levee would look like. I think that the good news about that is it's such a hard thing to try to even think about on that political spectrum that it made us go back and really challenge some of the assumptions of how we got to where we were as far as the project.
Well, that in Reno.
And
Reno didn't want a levee on his front lawn, which I can
Reno
completely
Cerise.
appreciate.
I was thinking Reno, Nevada.
Yeah, no, the Cerise Ranch.
Reno.
Yeah, and so the good news is we went back through and we looked, the team looked at what all the assumptions going into this were. And one of the assumptions that was requested in mapping these areas by the town of Basalt, and someone who knows the history might know better than I, but is somewhere around the early 2000s. 2001 is one of the references that I have in our AIS, when that was requested to be mapped with a 40% blockage at the Upper Basalt Bypass Bridge. So what that means is that there was a request on the table to make an assumption that there was 40% blockage at the bridge to force water into over the bank and flood the south side.
Who made the request?
No, it was made by the town of Basalt.
It was made by the town of Basalt.
And so that was a very large driving factor in where we have this almost 50-50 split of flow that goes through the south side. Going back through, AECOM determined, and I think very rightly, that the 40% blockage assumption could be removed. It was extremely conservative because it's already a very conservative, there's a lot of already very conservative assumptions that go into making these calculations. And I did bulletize, and I'm going to restate these just for emphasis because this is really the most important part about the subject, is that the channel blockage is already implicit in the FEMA requirements for mapping this. So they're already saying that there's going to be some blockage. And so us saying that there's going to be more blockage is just stacking the deck against ourselves. Aggradation of the right bay is offset to some extent by the scour and the other bays of the bridge. So where we see the most buildup of material, that aggradation, is in the right bay. In 2009, CDOT even went and removed a lot of material, and that course of that maintenance is something that is proposed between CDOT and the town of Basalt to happen in an agreement ongoing. That in these larger events, the rivers, I mean, it's raging, and that's not the time we're going to see aggradation. We're not going to get a buildup of material during the event. The event's actually going to remove material from that location.
Other than perhaps large trees.
Well, and those sorts of blockages are things that are already assumed into, and that's some of that first. The channel blockage is already implicit in what FEMA requires you to look at.
Thank you.
So 40% would be like one of the mobile homes from Lazy Glen floating down the river.
Not pretty close. I mean, you're talking
We
about a whole.
talked about that before.
Yeah, you're talking about a whole bay
In talking bay, you mean the section of the bridge that
Exactly.
spans the river.
And
Sorry.
so and the last bullet was the hydraulic modeling practice typically uses what the existing condition of that structure is, because by and large what you're seeing today is what you're going to see over time, because we're usually operating under normal. That's more what you should assume than assuming some future condition that you're just you're essentially making a guess at. The result of that 40% blockage was the map that we saw. Removing that, preliminary results are up on the screen right now, and it's a pretty significant difference. The result of that difference changes actual business practice for some on the south side of the Salt. It changes their insurance requirements. Their insurance rates actually change because of the change of this assumption, which is a pretty it's a pretty safe assumption that removing that 40% is an okay thing to do. And it's a procedural thing that we need to do with FEMA and continue to cooperate with the team that's moving this project along.
GR, could you tell us the difference between the pink, or so more purple on here, and the yellow on the previous one?
We're going to flick back to the previous one and we'll start there. So there's the yellow hash mark is all what is currently classified as Zone AE. And then there's a few little patches of light blue with speckled dots. GR, like in that that lower right corner. That's a 500-year flood that extends into those areas. So the 500 is going to turn to light yellow. The yellow hash is going to turn to purple, and I think the Zone A stays the same because it's not impacted by our study anyway. So if you flick to the next one, so all that purple is the old Zone AE, and the new Zone AE is the yellow hash mark.
Down more along towards
So
the
then
river.
the purple new AE one, is that still some kind of floodplain, but
so
maybe a 500-year floodplain instead of a 100-year or something like that?
The so this yellow is the old 500-year. This light blue is the new 500-year. The purple, that purple there, all down in here is the old Zone AE, and this yellow hash mark is the new Zone AE. That's the 100-year flood. And so anything that you see light purple in the background is being removed from the 100-year
It's not going to be considered floodplain anymore.
And with that removal is their obligation to buy insurance. Zone AE is required by law to buy insurance. You don't have an option. If you get out of Zone AE, it's an option.
Optional.
So there are a number of businesses, more so than residences. I don't know if there's any residences that are alleviated of the burden of insurance, but certainly there are some businesses that if this were to be the accepted mapping, in particular, this is that little circle. I don't know the names of the streets down there that well, but there's the Iberian Rug.
Oh, Cody Lane?
Cody Lane.
Cody Lane. So a bunch of those businesses on the end of Cody Lane are going to get pulled out of the floodplain, and they will no longer be required to pay for insurance. We're hoping, and this is still a debate, I spoke with CDM, the consultant for FEMA, the other day, and it sounds like we are going to be able to remove the floodway designation. Now, I don't know how much, if you want me to go into detail, I'd be more than happy to, but a floodway is yet an even more restrictive classification. And in basalt, that's managed as a zero-rise floodway, which means that in the floodway, you can't do anything. And a fair portion of this area on the south side was also floodway. Just for clarity, I haven't shown it in the graphic. We're hoping to remove the floodway completely, and it sounds, based on that initial correspondence, that will be the case. There's a slight chance that we'll have to put a little narrow floodway that goes down And I think we can probably put that down the middle of Cody Lane and places where people aren't gonna develop anyway. It's unclear to me the exact details of how they'll make that decision until we get some information to them and kind of start that process.
You'll kind of come through the intercept lot.
So the, sort of the driving force behind this is to address the concerns of the homeowners and the businesses in this area and to redraw lines, to take them out AE into an option for their insurance. And those people, if they did not buy insurance, they have the option, if they did not buy insurance, and if there was a 100-year flood and they got nailed, then they would not be able to recuperate their losses. Right now, they have to have insurance, so ideally the insurance would cover them in case of a 100-year flood.
Correct, and most homeowners policies, I think it's universal, homeowners policies do not cover flooding. The only thing that covers flood is flood insurance. So yes, anybody that opted to no longer have flood insurance, if there was damage by the flood, they'd be responsible for that out of their own pocket.
And then what happens in the case of, isn't the library and the post office in an AE zone, in the flood zone?
I think they're in the A.
They're either in the A or the AE, but they're flooded by the Roaring Fork River, not the south side flow. So anything that we've done isn't going to impact that location. And the other significant thing, I think, from the standpoint of the town of Basalt, is that if we can successfully reduce or eliminate the floodway, because right now, if let's say Iberian Rug wanted to do an expansion into their parking lot and add something, they literally can't do it. There's no option for them to do it. If you get rid of the floodway, even if they're in zone AE, there's a chance for them to maybe elevate the building, put it on, a la New Orleans, put it on stilts, a way to actually do the development to keep things moving forward in the business district, albeit maybe with some stipulations, you have to elevate it 1 foot above the flood or something like that. So it gives a lot more options for the town to manage development in the area.
When you say eliminate the floodway, what you're meaning is changing the designation?
Yeah.
Not actually doing something physical to prevent water from going down there?
Now, it's an interesting question. Yes, I'm just simply removing the designation. And again, there's a lot more detail behind this that I'd be more than happy to explain. But we removed the 40% blockage, but we also used a different type of modeling to calculate what the flow is. Get rid of the 40%, now what are we really seeing down there? The original FIS did not do a formal split flow analysis. A split flow is exactly what we're looking at. The river comes down, some goes this way, some goes that way. Well, that's a very complex kind of mathematical problem to figure out how much goes which way. And they just skipped it. They didn't go down that road back 15, 20 years ago. At least that's what it appears from what is available from FEMA in the record. The flow on the south side is 4,400 cubic feet per second, according to the existing regulatory FIS. With our two-dimensional modeling, getting rid of the split flow, the blockage rather, we calculated it to be more like 750 cubic feet per second. Significant reduction.
Going down the south.
Going down the south side. At 750 cubic feet per second, there start to be engineering solutions to that. I didn't prepare the figure for this meeting, but a lot of this area, the zone AE that you're seeing mapped there, a lot of it's less than a foot deep. It's really ankle deep water in the parking lots. That's the kind of water you can move through structures. And so I'm just waiting for Lewis to finish the tunnel under Highway 82, and we're going to send all the flood waters in. But no, in all seriousness, that's kind of the option. There could be physical things that could be done.
You'll come up with the extra
$2 million, yeah. Well, maybe we can get a flood. Maybe we can turn it into a flood project and get some funding from FEMA.
Yeah. I was worried about. I mean, just the wording you were using. I was picturing that you didn't want any more water to go down the south side if there were a big flood and then they shut off, they started releasing water from Grizzly Reservoir and sending that down, which happened in 1955 and different times, that the water was right up to the top of the, the Emma Bridge, or the
Right.
bottom of the Emma Bridge.
So
That water has to go somewhere, and it's gonna scour out the Two Rivers Road like it did in the past.
Right.
So, Steve, the big thing about a lot of that, and a bit of what Chris was said, and a little bit of what he alluded to as well, is the fact is the way that it's mapped and the way that we think it's actually going to happen are pretty different right now. And so we're trying to make this first step and change the way that it's mapped based off of assumptions that were made 14 or so years ago that we don't think were correct. Once we make that step, it frees up a lot of things that can happen for the town of Basalt, the way that they manage parts of the south side. The other is that we start looking if there is still wants on the table to do some sort of structure or some sort of protection to completely change that now becomes a way more realistic option. But that's really looking a few steps down the road. Right now, what we're really focusing on is working with FEMA, finding out what exactly they need from Pickens County and also Eagle County, as we are some of the agencies that work with them on all the floodway and flood mapping and all of those things. So trying to take that first step, change the way that we're looking at this based on better sets of assumptions, doing those calculations.
Rachel?
Yeah, a lot of very technical stuff that I'm not sure I'm that technical on, but I'll bring out my concern points. I guess I'm still very familiar with the Boulder 500-year flood. And so the FEMA standard is a 100-year flood. And, if it goes beyond that, it's kind of like all bets are off. If we have those storm clouds park over top of Independence Pass for 4 or 5 hours and drop like it did down in Boulder. I'm, I guess, relatively okay with changing the map to reflect more reality, the way you guys are bringing it forward. But it also makes me kind of feel that if I was FEMA and I was approaching FEMA about changing the mapping with these new calculations, I think it'd be valuable to include the set of the building restrictions or design requirements at the same time that are going to be in the changed area. Because I think they're going to be saying, okay, if we approve this change and then there is a disaster that strikes and our modeling was wrong, their modeling was wrong, everyone's modeling was wrong, it'll come back to how were the homes constructed. And, I'm from originally East Coast areas where, the houses or the foundations would be up, a good 4 or 6 feet on cinder blocks, and floodwaters could flow underneath until they left. The insurance is a difficult thing, because you'll run into people, and I have, who are like, yeah, insurance didn't pay anything. And you're like, what? After the flood? And they say, no, we didn't actually get hit by the floodwater. We got hit by excess rainwater. And the rainwater had piled 6 inches up in the yard, and they won't take care of rainwater filling your basement. That's different, And so it's kind of up to individuals to really assure themselves of what their insurance is going to cover or not. I don't know if you folks recall, but there was a big controversy not very many years ago with the affordable housing project on Smuggler, Williams Woods. No, not Williams Woods, the other one, right behind Centennial. But the homeowners there did not have flood insurance, and then they had really big water coming off of Smuggler Mountain that filled up basements, and they're like, why did we flood? We didn't know we could flood here, and it's like you could flood anywhere. Right. You can flood anywhere and or have rain damage. And so I don't know what type of notice would then be given to people who are building in this area, or does it become part of their title insurance or their title, something like that. Again, I know all across the country, communities are coming back to FEMA and saying, no, you calculated this wrong, you've looked at this wrong, or we submitted the wrong numbers and we'd like to redo it. So I guess I'm relatively comfortable with that. But I'd love to see more kind of flow modeling or something of what if we're hitting something higher. And is there any way to build any flood diversion structures, or I hate to say turn the berm into something more significant, but is there any channelization that we should be preparing for that 100-year event? You've already outlined that this is just the first step. Maybe understanding more clearly what future steps we'd all take would be helpful.
Do you want me to take a whack at that, or?
Sure.
Eliminating the flood permanently, it requires a levee that's roughly 8 feet high and about 1,600 feet long. It's what exists there now is about 800 feet long and about 4 feet high. So where it exists, you'd have to reconstruct it and then expand it higher a little bit. And it would extend past the main ranch houses of the Cerise Ranch. And there's nothing that the modeling that we've done that's going to change that.
Right.
Because those, it's called freeboard, just like on a boat, but the different distance above the water surface that you have to construct that is set by regulation by FEMA. The ability to take, and what we've decided is to map 1,000 cubic feet per second on the south side to give some wiggle room on this maintenance program. So as long as they maintain the maintenance at the channel where it is now, you're probably never going to see the 1,000, but we're going to map the 1,000 anyway.
Okay.
Effectively what I did was I took a cross section that we surveyed last year, or I guess 2 years ago now, and I took the entire thing and I picked it up 1.5 feet everywhere, as if somebody just came in and dumped material all the way across the channel 1.5 feet deep. And I said, okay, well, if that happens, what will it be? And that's the 1,000 cubic feet per second. So in my modeling, we've put a little bit of, shall we say, factor of safety, a small factor of safety. The 500-year event is modeled, and the flows are so shallow that there's not a big difference between the 500 and the 1,000.
Because they've been able to spread out so much?
Yeah, but like there's a little bit of blue right there, and then a little bit of fringe of blue right here, and you can see a little bit of blue right in there. Those are all 500-year zones, that speckled blue.
And so is that the 0.02%, because that's how unlikely a 500-year event is?
In any particular year.
Okay.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
a 0.02. And just, I can't remember all my statistics, but a 100-year event has about a 40% chance of occurring in a 10-year span. It's not as rare as people think. We will all see 100-year events in our lives, even if we don't live to be 100.
Just real quick, most of the time those are localized.
Yeah,
So it
and
wouldn't
then not
be-
the
it
whole
would-
river.
It wouldn't be the entire, like a 100-year watershed event. It'd be a 100-year. It's likely
Rise
that we'd
here,
see-
rise there.
Localized.
Yeah.
Okay.
The way that basalt chooses to manage this has not been nailed down. It's certainly been part of the conversation. I think it'll have to sort of start again now. There's been the change with the town engineer, and Larry's phasing out, and SGM is phasing in, and that will be ongoing. FEMA doesn't require you to submit anything regarding your local regulations with respect to the floodplain. However, to be part of the National Flood Insurance Program, they have minimum requirements for those regulations. And some towns choose to do the minimum that FEMA requires with regards to land use regulations, and some choose to go a little more. In the case of basalt, they historically have gone more. Without going into a big discussion of floodway designation, a floodway is an area of the river that you reserve with no development to make sure you can pass that flood. Some people define the floodway as we're going to pretend that we're going to build everything in and encroach the river until the river goes up a foot. And that's what we're going to define as the floodway. What basalt defines as the floodway is zero rise. So you can't, they don't allow you to increase the water surface elevation anywhere
By your
by your
construction.
development.
Okay.
If you're going to build a home, you got to dig dig a channel somewhere to mitigate the fact that you're blocking some of that conveyance. There's been some discussion that maybe now that the floodway is removed from this side, that they might go to a 5-inch or a 1 foot. 5 inches is what the CWCB recommends, and 1 foot is what FEMA has as an upper limit. And so if they eliminate the floodway, they may give some people some more wiggle room. So you could maybe add a little fill to protect your property, and maybe you impact the water surface a little bit. But those decisions haven't been made, and likely will take longer. We're hoping to file with FEMA by the end of this year. And I don't think that the town, I probably shouldn't speak for the town, but I don't think they'll make those decisions by the time we file. I think they want to see what the maps are and then make those decisions afterwards.
Okay, and so at a process level, do we approve a change like this by resolution or by ordinance, or to authorize you to submit these new maps? What's the process from here?
That's the formality of it. I'm not sure of yet. I have to take. I'm not the county's floodplain administrator. Susan is. She's out of town right now. I have to take a look to see what that next step is. What I'm asking for today is the direction from the board to take that next step, whether it's a letter from Susan and I that suffices, or if that's it needs to be resolved by the board. I'm not 100% sure on the process yet. Yeah.
Okay.
I just see this as an issue that its time has come. We've been talking about this for longer than I was on the board the first time. We've been talking about a lot of flood issues in that neighborhood, but I think it's time to move it forward. And I think the modeling that was used in the 40% was extreme. And I think we need to move it forward and clean it up. And let people down there go on with their lives.
In one sense, this looks more realistic modeling than the other one. It's more fine-tuned. But I also remember the days, people in Basalt have messed with the floodplain a bunch in the past. For instance, that whole row of buildings, that was floodplain. And that land was all built up so they could build the 7-Eleven and the Jimbo's and all of that. Used to be down at the river level. And that kind of manipulating the floodplain, I don't want to be any part of. And if we change the mapping to just, because it's more realistic the way it's being drawn, I could go along with that. But I don't want it to be used as an excuse for then going into a place that in a 500-year flood, it's all the buildings are going to be flooded, and the people won't have flood insurance, and then we'd be, partly responsible for having allowed that to happen if we change these rules. So
I agree, and I guess I'm not an expert at all, but is there a potential with this changed mapping, if the new development in the floodplain, will we start to push into those residential areas that aren't on the map at all right now? I mean, with the water, it goes somewhere eventually, usually with a lot of force. But so eliminating the floodway so that you can do more development there, again, just kind of raises questions as to how it would really be handled, the deflection.
Again, it depends on how the town decides to do it. And just to be clear, the Roaring Fork River still has a floodway down the main channel. It's sort of unusual to have a floodway split. Typically, a floodway is what most people consider the middle of the river, the place that's most important for getting the water down the channel. You all know what the forest looks like there on Reno's land. I mean, there's 3-foot diameter old growth cottonwoods. Generally speaking, that's not a floodway. But how they choose to manage how the town chooses to manage this particular part of town in the new designation is really going to drive the answer to your questions. And they may say that you can't cause any rise at all, and if you want to develop, you got to go a foot above the 100-year elevation. And certainly, throughout this whole process, one of the main topics of conversation has been the obligation of the town and the consultants to consider the health and safety of the people that are there. And so at no point have we made any rash decisions or done anything that we've thought would put people in harm's way. Another thing that's important to remember is the way that this is modeled. You guys are familiar with LiDAR, the ground topography surveying from a plane. They go in, they shoot the LiDAR. Well, when you get the LiDAR, the existing berm, it shows up. I physically go into the computer model, and it's like taking a razor. I cut 4 feet off the ground, and that's the flood you get if the berm is not there. Just because FEMA says that it isn't a levee doesn't mean that it will provide some level of protection for the people that are there. And so there is some thought on the part of the town that one of the future steps may not be building the FEMA levee,
Right.
but coming in and fixing this levee so there's a higher level of confidence that it will succeed, this berm, and leaving the mapping the same way it is. So it's a little bit belt and suspenders by leaving the, if they were to do that, by leaving the berm there and enhancing it. But that will provide a level of safety. So, and then, again, the town has to make those decisions on how to manage the development in that area.
Okay, well, I think we beat the water enough around this one right now.
Thank you. I'll bring back whatever's appropriate, whether it's a letter that staff drafts for Steve, if it needs to be resolved, or if it's something that staff can handle. And I'll give you an update, open discussion of what version of that will be coming.
Can I just ask, do you two gentlemen have any comments? You sat there so quietly.
Pretty good presentation.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Great, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Steve, I'm wondering, since we have the folks here for the veteran service budget supplemental request, if we could push through that one and then do a break after that?
Yeah.
Let me look at this.
I don't know how other board members
Here.
feel, but
When we get to future agenda, so we,
That's fine, they're here.
yeah.
yeah, I think that'd be fine with me. And then we could take a longer break, I think,
Yeah, we could catch back up maybe a little bit.
get caught back up. Okay. Is that all right with you, George? Sure.
I don't need a longer break after that, I don't think they'd get out of here earlier.
Mitzi, we're going to go ahead with you guys now.
Yeah. So next on our agenda is Veterans Service Officer Budget Supplemental Request, and we have Mitzi Lettingham.
Hi,
Health
good
and Human
afternoon.
Services.
Good afternoon. Thank
And
you. We do have some special
We
guests.
could have
Please come on up.
Would you like them to
O'Meara
come up?
and Dan Glidden, if you want to come up too,
Okay,
because we
great.
might have some questions to ask you.
Yes, well, thank you very much for having us today. I'm Mitzi Lettingham, Pickens County Health and Human Services, and glad to have with me today two of our wonderful veteran supporters in Pickens County, Colonel Dick Merritt and Dan Glidden. Thank you guys for joining.
Thank you.
The purpose today of us coming before you is to outline a budget supplemental request for a veteran service officer part-time to start this year. And by way of background, I'd just like to share with you a little of the history of what's happened with veteran services in Pickens against the backdrop of some of the recent developments the last year or so that have been going on in Pickens, and what might be bringing us to this decision today. So essentially, in your packet, you'll see attachments that kind of allude to or that actually give you the information on this as being a required service. So every county in Colorado by statute establishes what they call a CVSO, County Veteran Service Officer, so I'll refer to that as CVSO. And also the statute does allow for partnerships so that you can contract with a neighboring county. And so that is indeed what Pickens County decided to do in 2000. The Board of County Commissioners entered into an IGA with Garfield. And that was so that Garfield and Pickens would have one officer who would serve both counties. And that position has been going forward since 2000 the agreement that Pitkin paid Garfield for these services, which were just a part of the full-time veteran service officer's job, was $4,159, and it did have an annual cost of living adjustment that would go up every year. And as of 2014, it was at $6,000. That's what we were paying Garfield. The other thing I should mention is that the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs, under them, the Colorado Division of Veterans Affairs, is the agency that supports and monitors these CVSOs around the state. And they actually give some revenue to the counties. But our revenue's been very low. It's been at $1,200 a year is what's been coming from the state. Now, a little bit of good news is that there was legislation that just passed which has raised that revenue annually for all counties. And Pitkin's revenue is now going to be $8,320 a year. It's an improvement. And I believe that a letter has been sent to you all from you should be receiving, the Board of County Commissioners, a letter from the DMVA which outlines this increase. Now, the increase to that amount to the county can only be made when there is a sitting CVSO. So you have to have a butt in the seat to be able to have the money. That's what I've learned. But it can happen at any point. So as soon as you have a veteran service officer, that money can start coming in. It's paid out on a 6-month basis, so that would be half of the $8,000 to come in every 6 months. Okay, so problem and need. I might as well just say that we're recommending, staff is recommending that we do actually establish a part-time CVSO at this point for a couple of reasons. Over the last few years, it's become apparent to us and also to the community, I think, that we just haven't been receiving the amount of service that we could get. We have been, for the last couple of years, trying to work with we have been working with our CVSO in Garfield very successfully. He's acknowledged this problem as I outlined in the memo. What I wanted to do is have his contract amended, with Garfield to represent that we were asking for a little more service. For instance, we thought it would be great for him to come up to Pitkin at least once a month. But the difficulty is the need is so great that Joe Carpenter has worked and continues to work so hard with vets in Garfield. And a lot of transporting back and forth to the hospital, a lot of that kind of thing, that his work with Pitkin has been on the phone mainly. He has continued, he has sent monthly reports. It just feels at this time that we don't have the energy and the level that we could probably really benefit from in our county. As I mentioned too, that, and I attached for you an expenditure list which shows you how much money is generated by the claims that the CVSOs put forward on the part of veterans. And Pitkin has been pretty low on that list. We definitely could probably be seeing greater revenues from the Pitkin veterans claims and benefits work than we are. And
now, Mitzi, those revenues are ones not necessarily that come to the county, but
no,
they go
to
aid.
Exactly.
They go to aid the veteran in whatever
exactly
aspect.
And also the twist, and I should be more clear, it's really the economic impact that you would have from a completed claim. The veteran would then be restored or would receive monies that he or she was entitled to, and then that money is spent.
Can I just ask it? So, who services the Eagle County side, the veterans in this side of Eagle County? Do they have a joint agreement with Garfield, or?
They do not. Eagle County has maintained their own CVSOs part-time. Up until recently, they had 2, but they only have 7 to 14 hours a week that they are hired. So actually, the one individual works 14, they had 2, so they were only working 7 hours a week. And then that second individual is no longer there, and they have 1. And so, yeah.
But not in-person, face-to-face service on this side?
Not too much. My understanding is occasionally Pat Hammond has been able to come to Elgibel, et cetera, but and she's done a lot, actually, as we have developed the Veterans Coalition. She has had a presence over here,
definitely.
much more so. So that's one of the issues, is that a lot of the Pickton veterans wanted to work with Pat because they didn't have the visibility that we had with our own. So that was one of the pressures I think the community's been feeling.
Yeah, you know, I read through the memo, and I would agree with your scenario A, which I think is your
Great.
preferred
Thank you. It is,
alternative
definitely.
on this. I was a little surprised by how low it sounded like the wage would be. I realize our money from the state comes through so small, but you know, you do mention that it's a steep learning curve to know how to work your way through these programs and get people qualified and things like that. I just want to assure that if we're fulfilling this position, we don't see a lot of turnover on a frequent basis. And I'd prefer to have you come back to us to let us know if we're advertising below market for that skill level, or if we're finding someone part-time who will take a part-time job. I can see this as only a growing issue. We all, I think, share the same sentiments and concerns to make sure it's fully addressed. And I'm glad you've brought it to us that it's not working out as well as it should be. I know through more of the national, there's a organization effort called Network of Care, and I'm not sure that we employ that in this area or not, but it's about that whole same concept of connecting people with all the opportunities and services that they are eligible for. So, you know, coming off, if we're even actually off the wars currently, you know, you're just going to see a continuing increase in the number of veterans who need services of one sort or another. So I'm okay with this request. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
George?
Sorry, George.
Yeah, I guess I have a question. Why we wouldn't be working with Eagle County on this side? Because you look at basalt. So a portion of basalt is in Eagle County, a portion of basalt is in Pickens County. So in the end, we may be servicing those residents, those vets in Eagle County anyway. I mean, how does that get deciphered?
Exactly right. And I think, you know, I did mention scenario C, which is there's sharing, and looking at that as an option, which I think maybe we could look at down the road. But more importantly, I was thinking that we might be able, Eagle might purchase our services with our CVSO, I think, to cover basalt, Elgibel. That, to me, almost makes more sense at this juncture. I'd really like to throw, and even 21 hours a week, as we know, that's very part-time. It's still not full throttle, if you will, but at least it would give that individual the time. It's about a 6-month curve of training, pretty much. But the state is very organized on their training. And as a matter of fact, I talked to the state director, and he mentioned that he's sending his trainers to the Roaring Fork Valley, and they're putting out a call for not only our tri-county but some of the other neighboring counties, and they're coming in September, and they're going to do. So we have a lot of support, and we can garner that. And there's also, I've been in contact with several counties already. There's great models for job descriptions. There's already a very good menu. I think if we follow that. But in terms of the Mid-Valley, it could go either way. We can purchase from them. They can purchase from us. I'm just thinking that should they want to do that, they could do that. They have been, you're reacting to the 35,000. They are paying their folks $18 an hour. So I think that we're in a better position here at, what is it, Connie, roughly 30 an hour all told at this level?
I don't remember the exact dollar.
Okay. But what I'd be willing to do is actually even continue to poll more counties who are doing this right, the part-time position, and see what they're paying.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to at least see where they're, Eagle County right now, you said they've got a person over on this side of the valley about 7 hours.
No, their total position, when they split their job is 14 hours a week. When they split it, each person was only working 7 hours. Now, the second individual is no longer there, So Pat is back to her full-time, which is only 14 hours. So it's a stretch situation.
It's a stretch. So I guess my point is, I would like to see us pursue having Eagle County contract with us. And if that
Yes.
means that maybe at some point we go from 21 hours to 28
Maybe
hours.
bigger,
or whatever,
yes.
but
That sounds
we're
great.
contracting, we're taking care of all the people in the Mid-Valley because, you know, you've got a trailer in Basalt that the Pickett County line goes right through the kitchen.
I know. Oh, it's
So-
crazy
so,
in
you know,
Basalt, yeah.
We're gonna be
We're
gonna be working with
we're like-
Eagle County vets regardless.
Right,
So we might as well
always.
set up an IGA with Eagle County and get that covered.
We veterans, we work very closely with Eagle County, with Pat Hammond. She's a retired Army nurse, lieutenant colonel, and very active. Dan and I are both involved with the VA Hospice of the Valley program, and we work this valley and then the corridor from Vail to Rifle, and Pat Hammond is involved in that very actively too. So she's interacting through hospice with us and the veterans.
I think they'd be delighted if we,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I agree with
Put that
that
on
very
the
much,
table.
George, because then we're a little more in the driver's seat. And
want us
if
to
we
be,
ended
yeah.
up not
I
having
think it's
quite the
good.
service level we had anticipated with Garfield, I think it'd be better for us to be in the driver's seat to
Yes.
start. And then
Good.
I'm sure that cooperation would be forthcoming and continue to work with them.
Well, let me just also now put in a plug on the positive momentum of this whole arena. Really, we are seeing big changes, and they are positive. You know, a group called Rocky Mountain Human Services, who are based in Denver and also Grand Junction, they have a whole division devoted to veterans. They have, you know, and that's still remaining quite robust in their organization, no problems there. They brought staff in and developed what is the Western Slope Veterans Coalition, and pretty much with working with you and the rest of the vets who've been very active already in the community, pulled together this much more organized approach to services. They started an emergency fund. To date, they've already helped 7 veterans. It's remarkable. They are in the Healthy Community Fund, and so there's a lot of movement. There are meetings happening. There's ideas happening about how will we serve vets? Do we want to have a resource center? Do we just want coffee and donuts? Do we want both? And they have secured for $1 a year space in that new building going up in Basalt from the town manager. That's going to be a resource center for veterans. So it is really up and down the valley. There's no question about it. I just feel that for us, for our county, this is a great moment where we can bring someone on board and put the energy that it deserves to it for us.
Yeah, well, there was a very good presentation about what they're doing in Montrose at the
Yes.
Western Slope Veterans Coalition meeting.
Yes. Yes.
And I looked at the numbers for Montrose County has way more veterans than we do in the Roaring Fork Valley, but
We do.
they've been really successful in
Yes.
having a center, and I think it started reminding me of the American Legion Hall in Basalt, which American Legion quit having their meetings there, but it was a place where veterans could go and hang out and shoot pool and do, you know, have events and that
And that's
sort
no
of thing.
more. That is gone.
That's no more, but
Yeah.
wouldn't it be great to have a center
That's
in
what
the
we
Roaring Fork Valley, either probably Mid-Valley area, Carbondale to Basalt, somewhere where veterans could go and hang out, and in Montrose, I think they centered it around, they could get donuts and coffee there, but they have
Right.
all the resources there, and it's been very successful.
Well, it looks like Rocky Mountain has negotiated for space in that Willits area. Willits is the area, and it's that new building going up. They're going to be housed apparently temporarily for a year, and then when the next building is built, they're talking to them about that becoming a permanent spot.
That's awesome.
So, would you like to add anything, gentlemen? Dan?
Well, I was just thinking, if you want to get something done in the Eagle area, Vail, Pat Hammond's the gal to do it.
Yeah.
She's a remarkable gal. I
She is
think she's
very
probably
energetic.
spread fairly thinly, but if we could connect up with her, and I like George's idea of, you know, we need someone if we take over Eagle County's responsibility, I
Yeah.
think that's a good plan.
Within this valley.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd feel comfortable with that because Joe Carpenter lives in Rifle, and that's a long ways away to service
It's
Pickens
hard.
County. And
It's
Pat
hard.
is right there, in
Yeah.
you know, Eagle County. We work with her all the time.
She's a great gal.
Great. Okay, so we're in general agreement to
Yeah.
move this funding request forward. Thank you.
Great, great,
Thank you.
thanks so much.
Very much.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Appreciate it.
Good to see you.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
So now we would take our break and then.
Mitzi, just to let you know, I'm gonna go to the RTCC meeting tomorrow in
Oh, yes,
Gypsum,
yes, thank you.
because I'm gonna be going over to Denver, and that's,
I was gonna call.
the timing's perfectly. Yeah, I figured it's. All right, welcome back to the Board of County Commissioners work session. We're gonna have an update on the Pro Cycle Challenge race.
All right, so good afternoon. Since this is the last time that I'm going to be in front of you before the bike race actually gets here, what I thought we'd do is start off kind of with a video that'll just remind us of the excitement. Exactly, Rachel knows what's coming. Kind of remind us of the excitement and what it looks like, what it's going to look like here in just a few short weeks.
The day I have to drive to Denver is the day, the 21st.
Oh, you're perfect on the 21st.
No, the 20th. The
Yeah.
20th.
Are you going to leave early?
I don't know.
That's why I asked for that greater road closure
Yep.
out of the area.
Yep.
I think a lot of travel's happening
Yep.
that day.
I can go the long way. I usually
Well,
go with the
early.
gas.
So you know what? If the video isn't working, we can just, oh, there we go.
Pro Challenge, the best and biggest cycling event in the country.
They're the best of the best, pushing through 600 miles from start to finish.
They're calling it the Tour de France of America. Millions of people around the world are focusing on Colorado tonight.
Known as America's Race.
America's Race.
Top athletes come from all over the globe to Colorado. 100 of the best riders in the world from 30 different countries. 550-mile route from Aspen to Denver.
One of the toughest races for professional cyclists. The North American cycling crown jewel has become quite the feather in Colorado's cap. And it brings some pretty big names to town.
There's one race in the world that draws more daily spectators than this one, and it's in France.
The race will start here in Aspen. The guys will go on up to Snowmass.
Through the Kevlar Pass and up to the finish at Mount Crested Buttes for the first time, Monarch Mountain in Colorado Springs towards the God of the Gods. The descent is treacherous into the outskirts of Breckenridge. The riders now race up the Vale Pass, chasing down towards the big finish in Denver.
How cool is that pro challenge? Those guys spring right in front of my house.
Shorter rides and more challenging routes this year makes for a very, very exciting 4th annual USA Pro Challenge.
Riders coming over from Europe, they will have a very difficult time with this altitude. We see the pictures of the Tour de France going on into the high mountains, but they're not as high as the mountains we're going in today.
We'll finish near 12,000 feet. Should be big crowds. It will be fun for the people on site, but also watching on national television and international television.
The race is not only the biggest cycling event in the country, but it's also the most watched event in this state.
The race really is like a week-long commercial for the state.
Win or lose this, Jens Voigt is going out at the very height of his career here.
42-year-old Jens Voigt is going to hang up his cycling cleats after 33 years of racing. He finished his pro career in our great state.
The fans of Colorado are the best fans in the world. And they cheer louder, they scream harder.
It's a world-class race in our hometown. It's pretty awesome.
Anywhere you look around town, the streets and sidewalks are packed.
Riders went up both sides of Monarch Pass. It was filled with crazy fans running alongside of them.
Pro Challenge is just on another level. The crowds were just ecstatic, and it's this huge crescendo all the way into Denver. It's like going to a Broncos stadium. It's unbelievable.
There's no other sport where you can get as close to the action as you can watching pro cycling.
The people, the atmosphere, great races. I enjoyed it as much as the Tour de France.
The 7-day race is good for the city and great for the state. The race is big business, bringing about $100 million in tourism revenue each summer. We've seen just lots of cars with bike racks and people doing biking activities.
It's a victory for the entire state of Colorado.
Nicely done.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. So it just kind of reminds you again, you kind of get in that mode and you just remember the excitement and the crowds and everything like that. So what we're going to do is we have some pictures kind of to go along with it, just again to give everybody just a visual of what we're talking about. So on Tuesday, you will start to see some road closures and impacts. They'll be mainly
Tuesday,
around...
what day of the month?
Thank you. Tuesday, August 18th. You're going to see some road closures and impacts mainly around Pepke Park. So for all the latest, any updates and anything like that will always be on aspenupcc.com, and cotrip.org. Is also a great website. They've done a really good job this year of all 7 stages and things like that. So for our local information, aspenupcc.com, and anything about any other stages and kind of statewide road closures, cotrip.org is really going to, have a great handle on that. And then, and by the way, that is exactly 2 weeks from today is August 18th. So then on Wednesday, we are the host of the Stage 3 finish, which is the Copper Mountain to Aspen stage on Wednesday, August 19th. This stage is highlighted by 2 passes, the Fremont Pass and our very own Independence Pass, and this stage will log in at 101 miles. They'll leave Copper Mountain at 11:15 a.m. and approximately 2:45 p.m. they'll crest the top of Independence Pass, and then approximately 3:30 p.m. they will arrive in Aspen. This is all based on the riders averaging 24 miles an hour. If they go faster, obviously they'll hit everything earlier, and if they go slower, they'll hit their marks a little bit later. But that's kind of, right now the numbers that everybody's working with. But before they arrive into Aspen on Wednesday, we will, you'll see things starting at 6 a.m. So RAFTA will go on what we kind of lovingly call the 4th of July Hopkins Detour is what they will use for all day Wednesday. There will be, if your RAFTA stop is on Main Street, it will not be open or available to you on Wednesday, August 19th. So please go ahead. The signs will be up the couple days before telling you what's available and what's not available, but really keep your eyes out open for that. The Hunter Creek bus will travel on a modified route beginning at noon on Wednesday, August 19th. The Mountain Valley route will cease service from 12:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. on Wednesday, August 19th. And then at 11:30 a.m., the festival in Pepke Parks opens. And so as you remember, kind of from the video we just saw, and you'll see some pictures, that there'll be vendors both in the street and in the park, both nationally, local vendors, nonprofits. There'll be cycling, health food, fun, beer garden. AVSC is once again our partner for the beer garden. And then there'll be kids activities and the main stage. On the main stage, we'll have music, live interviews hosted by Aspen 82 again, and then the artist Marcel will also be doing a live painting. He's done it actually 3 years in a row, and he watches the big screen and then he kind of paints a picture based on what he sees, which it's very cool. And then this is all happening while we're awaiting the arrival for the racers. And then also Dave and Brad will be, and then I just want to give a shout out to part of the special events team and Tyson. And then we're all waiting for the racers, and then Dave and Brad will be on the stage announcing it live as it's happening. They'll start doing that about 2 or 2:30. So then let's go back to Independence Pass for a moment, because again, we hope, as you saw in the video and as you're going to kind of see in these pictures, we had some people dress up on W/J last year and things like that, and we hope everybody's going to take their fun and costumes straight up to Independence Pass. And at 1 p.m., the Colorado State Patrol will close Independence Pass heading eastbound at Mountain Valley. So what our outreach says, and when we field phone calls and things like that, because if you are heading to Denver on Wednesday, August 19th, and you want to utilize Independence Pass, the best way to ensure that your travel is not interrupted by the bike race is to be at I-70 at about 9:30 a.m. The race itself starts in Copper Mountain at 11:15. So just to ensure that the road closures and everything like that, which happen about approximately an hour before the race starts, just to give yourself that extra little bit of time. If your plan is to utilize Independence Pass, our recommendation is just to be at I-70 by 9:30. Otherwise, what's going to happen is you just keep heading into the race.
Right.
Because the route comes.
This way.
You might get over Independence and then you're gonna
That's
be stopped
exactly
somewhere
it.
else.
That's exactly it. So
Right.
that's
Yeah.
all of our outreach, just keeps saying, you know, it's not just Independence Pass, you know, keep
Yeah.
thinking ahead, keep going ahead.
Where is that CCI district meeting on the 20th, Steve?
Oh, that's
Thursday, the 20th.
the Mountain District meeting,
Mountain
right?
District, yeah.
It's in Empire, which is real close to Idaho Springs.
Okay, I know that there'll be a lot of commissioners from the west
Duck.
traveling that way for that meeting. And it starts at 10 a.m. the morning of
Commissioners coming
the,
from
of the,
like the Leadville side over that way that might want to come Leadville to go
Gotcha.
to Empire. That probably won't know about the race.
yeah, that's why I've
Okay.
just been thinking.
Yeah, you might
Maybe,
What-
what I would recommend, the best way to get the information out would be Colorado Counties, Inc.
Okay,
And you can look up their website in a heartbeat, and
Okay.
their executive director is Chip Taylor. And I would make that,
And he can blast it out to the
he
commissioners.
can blast it
that
out
might
to
be
everyone that's
impacted.
hopefully attending
That'd
that
be great.
district
Perfect.
meeting.
that I will do.
Okay.
Thank you for that, I will do that.
All right, now Thursday.
So, well, we're not quite done
Oh,
with
no, we didn't know
Wednesday.
Thursday.
Patty, you're skipping ahead.
I'm not going anywhere Wednesday. I want to know where I'm going on Thursday.
So the pass is closing at 1 o'clock again on our side at Mountain Valley. And then it'll also close at 1 o'clock at Twin Lakes on Wednesday the 19th. But it will remain open to cyclists all really up until the race, until that first vehicle of the race peloton comes through. And then everybody will ask to be moved over. And then if you are going up there, there's a lot of information on our website about, you know, kind of the Forest Service, places to camp, things like that, you know, what to do. So again, just please, you know, abide by the Forest Service regulations, but really it should be great viewing up there. The festival closes on Wednesday at 5:30 p.m. and the loadout for that will be approximately the next 6 hours. And really what we're encouraging people to do is stay in town, you know, go eat, go shop, go relax, you know, go to the music festival, go to Belly Up, just kind of, you know, finish off the day in town where we have so much to offer. On Thursday,
Oh, yay, we're at Thursday.
August 20th, we will host the start of Stage 4, which is going to be a 126-mile route from Aspen to Breckenridge. Once again, the riders will summit the iconic Independence Pass, but before they do that, at 6 a.m., our Main Street closure will elongate to accommodate the putting up of kind of the fencing and things like that, and team parking and all of that that's going to be coming into town. At 8 a.m., the VIP tent opens, and then at 9 a.m., the rest of the route closures begin, including Independence Pass, once again at Mountain Valley. So then at about 9 o'clock, 9:15, that main stage will open, and this is where the riders come and they sign in. And, you know, if you guys remember, it's where Wednesday's kind of high energy, everybody's just waiting for those riders to come in, and then they kind of finish and they have to go back to their hotel and eat and do all that sort of stuff. On Thursday, it's a lot more casual and it's a lot more fun, and you'll see people more interacting with the riders and being able to talk to the teams about their bikes and things like that. At 10:20, the race itself starts. It's going to be two neutral laps around town to warm up the legs before
That's
they
always
go
fun.
over Independence Pass. It is. It's
So cute. His little head up on the table.
At 11 a.m. So the neutral laps really shouldn't take too long, and the only fencing is along Main Street. So literally once they leave town, the rest of Aspen besides Main Street will open back up, except for the pass. So 11 a.m. the core opens back up. At approximately 1 p.m. the pass itself opens back up, and at approximately 2 p.m. the tent, the fencing, everything should be off, and literally we don't, there's no sign that the bike race was ever here.
What time did you say they're open the pass?
About 1 o'clock. So what they, you know, the goal is not only to make a safe route for the riders to travel on, a safe race route, but then it's all those people coming back down. So both on Wednesday the 19th and Thursday the 20th, what they're going to do is not allow vehicles to go up before they're fairly certain
The
the
spectators have
majority,
come down.
correct, especially everybody on bikes and things like that. So it's going to be, one really based on safety. So we're giving approximate times, whether people come off the pass kind of slower or earlier. The Colorado State Patrol, in conjunction with Pickens County Sheriff and Aspen Police Department, will all kind of make those determinations, those actual openings together.
I can work around that.
Okay. And that's, believe it or not, compared to the last couple of years, that's our, it's more than
It's gotta be a
24
little easier than the
hours. But it's-
criterion, frankly, with that larger route for you to
It's-
notify people and police before.
Yep,
Was it anything that they didn't like the criterion, or they just were shifting up the whole?
They loved it. I think it's just something that, we were fortunate we did it for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's, let's keep it fresh and exciting for, the racers, for our town, for the spectators. Let's just,
keep it going.
Let's just keep it going, yeah.
Sure.
Keep talking about new challenges and figuring out how to keep it fresh, I think is what you said, and that's probably a great way to say that.
I think you said that.
I rode the Rafta-bus into town on the 4th of July, and the driver was saying, well, we're not going to stop until we get to Ruby Park. But then he was sort of even with Pepke Park, but up on Durant, or, somewhere up farther up, and he ended up stopping there, and almost the whole bus of people got off there. So I think it would be good if Rafta would make that a regular stop, as close as they can be to Pepke Park without going to Ruby Park, especially given the construction around Ruby Park area. It just is a more convenient place for most people to get off for going to Pepke Park.
Okay.
And if they will just make that their policy to stop there on those
Yeah,
busy
that's a good
days with that
Kind of that
different bus
those
route,
reroute
then
days, yep.
that would be good.
Okay.
Yeah. I just had to say, very disappointing for me, but I had at least 4 different potential events that day, Thursday, that include the bike race, but it's the district meeting for CCI. I think Steve and perhaps some staff will be covering that. Water Congress, and then a Club 20 Executive Economic Development meeting in Grand Junction. So I will not be attending this year, but still want my swag, and
you will get all that.
Give the
That's
passes
it's
to other
coming your way.
Other counties, employees will probably take advantage of the passes or something.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. But I just want to let you know, so that I don't have an announcer calling for me to
Right.
speak, and I didn't know I wasn't supposed to be there.
Thank you for that, yes.
So the question is, what can we do for you?
I think that if anybody has any questions that you are uncomfortable answering, you literally give them my name and number.
Okay.
And I am beyond happy to talk to people about their very specific situation and just give them details that pertain only to them and, help them figure out what then the best course of action for them is.
And do you need us to do anything, though, on the days?
So what I'm going to be doing is sending Steve an email and kind of saying, outlining some certain things, and then letting him kind of, as your board chair.
Perfect.
Is what I usually just kind of send an email to the chair and say, here's what we're requesting, times, days, locations, and letting the chair kind of filter through that.
Okay.
Very good. Well, thanks for all your work
Yeah,
producing
thanks.
this great event.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And you can come anytime.
Right. Oh, thank you.
It's very comfortable. Okay, where are we?
Future
Okay,
Future
let's go back to the future agenda calendar. Phyllis, do you have anything?
I don't have anything on future agendas.
although it's working.
George?
On next week, Phyllis,
Yep.
and John Ely's probably tuned into this, but the special meeting exec will also be including discussion on the Verena Mallory Trail. And so more to Chris, so he knows about his timing for his presentation on oil and gas. And then I would like to have for our open discussion next week, if possible, GR and Brian Pettit come in and have a discussion about the Snowmass and Capitol Creek roads.
I'm certainly okay with that, but I hope that through John Peacock, you'll give them a better idea of what the nature of the conversation is. And
I will, and GR knows, but I will.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought we were going to hear that actually sooner, but.
Okay.
Next Tuesday is the soonest.
Soon enough, huh? I will hopefully be back from California and here at 9 o'clock. But I'm driving in the next day, so I'll keep you in the loop.
Okay. So our work session, the 18th, is still the joint meeting with the city. And we will be talking about the potential budget items for that on the 11th. Okay. Good.
Okay, anything else?
No, I didn't have anything.
Open discussion.
That I do have one item. You interviewed a youth for the grant review committee, Anna Patterson, and the grant review committee is getting ready to get into action. So if you wanted to move that appointment, if that was okay.
We had already said, we thought would have been done last week, the reso.
Yeah.
But we have another youth interviewing the 12th. There's somewhere, I just saw it in there.
We'll advance Anna then.
Yeah. Well, I think there's 2 seats open, aren't there?
2 seats open.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Zach George on August 18th.
Yeah.
That's going to be pretty close to when they started.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how quickly we can move to appoint or unofficially appoint someone to that if needed.
They can always attend,
Okay.
so that's.
Well, we need to make sure they know the
So
schedule.
they're caught up, yeah.
Okay.
And has a booklet, if that's appropriate.
You said August 18th, so I'll go check.
Okay, board reports. Northwest COG.
Northwest COG is having a strategic planning meeting on, I think it's the 27th of August. I'm hoping my doctor releases me to come back up to altitude that day. It's going to be over in Frisco. We're going to talk about possible new opportunities that Northwest COG may be able to offer. I talked with John Peacock. He had a great idea to see if it would be possible for Northwest COG to offer services for convening regional issues meetings, like
Transportation
funding. Well, no, and he was thinking regional for us, broadband and septic waste.
Yeah.
Specific here,
That's much better.
but other things. But so that's going to be coming up then. We had a phone conference meeting this past week, and it was barely attended, but first phone conference meeting I've had with COG. Makes it really nice when you're not driving all over the mountain ranges, but I prefer the meetings in face. We also had a workforce meeting, which is kind of rural resorts issue, we don't really have a rural resort right now, but the workforce is kind of calling themselves rural resort region. And that was held in Glenwood. It was the one face-to-face meeting of the year. It was really well attended. There were 4 members of boards of county commissioners there. Just talked about business in general, budget issues. The speaker was Dr. is it Hearns from the CMC?
Maybe, I don't know.
She was great. She was very dynamic. She was great. So that was a nice opportunity to get to meet the people that we're usually doing phone conferences with. Other than that, that's all I have to report.
For the RTCC, which is part of Northwest COG, Regional Transportation Coordinating Committee, they're having a meeting tomorrow in Gypsum, and I'm going to Denver tomorrow, and I'm going to go to that meeting in person on my way to Denver. And I asked Mitzi, and Mitzi's going to phone in, which she normally
That's the transportation for Medicaid?
for the Medicaid and for veterans.
Right.
And at that program, I mean, the ride program is 1 year old now. It's been going for a year or so. they're gonna give a whole year's report on that. Rural Resort Region,
I already did that.
that's on there.
You know,
Got some
Steve, just on that last one you mentioned, I don't know if it'd be appropriate to check in with Marty Ames or who to see how that program's working in Pitkin County. You know, but it'd be good to get some stats to them or some comment from the appropriate people for that meeting.
Okay, and I know that, and now her name's slipping my mind, Ruth, who works there, oftentimes goes to the RTCC meetings or else phones into them.
Okay. But again, you might want to coordinate with her if you're going to
Yeah,
go
and I
in
should
person.
maybe call them today and find out if there's anything that they want to have brought up if they're not going to be attending.
Okay. And I thought they were having issues with either drivers or people managing the program out of Grand County. maybe?
Grand County, I think.
Yeah, there were
they're-
some issues that had come up. It was swamped at first, and then they didn't have enough people to actually facilitate, so it'd be interesting to see if they've resolved that issue.
Yeah, I think their whole driving staff quit.
Got a lot
Starting
going
with
on
the
in Grand County.
director quit, and then everybody else bailed out. So
Mhm.
I don't know what's, maybe I'll find out tomorrow what's going on
know.
there. Core?
We had a presentation last week.
That was good too, George. The information was really good. Something I think that was nice that CORE finally had the opportunity to put together those statistics, those numbers.
Well, the city did. That came from the city.
The city put that,
City
that was,
intern.
oh, that was
Yes,
great.
Yes.
There is something to do with Core that I could report right now. During our day, there's going to be a collaboration between Core and our day at 6:30 on Sunday at the Weston Terrace, and it's going to be brainstorming ideas for energy conservation and renewable energy projects for Snowmass Village, is what the collaboration's going to
It's
be.
the Weston and Snowmass.
So I think it's going to be kind of a happy hour thing at the end of the first day of,
When is, which day?
is that this coming Sunday? I think it's, let me double check.
This Sunday, 6:30.
It's this coming Sunday. Yeah. So it's
I'll be bowling.
August 9th at 6:30 on the terrace at the Weston. QQ?
We had our meeting over in Crested Butte, middle of July. We are going to be continuing to make comments on the newest draft of the state water plan. We had a number of good presentations on some of the mine cleanup issues.
You told us about the Good Samaritan
I
thing?
told you guys about the Good Samaritan issue, and a letter has already gone out from the attorney's office to urge Senator Bennett's office to look at broader inclusion of counties that have those sort of issues. And our staff said we're not really having the same issues here, so it's not that we need to be included in the pilot project area, but others do. That came up as well at Club 20. And then we kind of did a legislative review of what happened last session and things like that. The next meeting hasn't been set, but it will probably be in October.
Okay, CCI?
I don't think anything has really happened with CCI since we chatted last. I did go to NACO, the National Association of Counties meeting, in July. You know, I'd say if you're looking at the counties as a whole, people are continually horribly frustrated and upset that we continue to just see continuing resolutions on the transportation funding issue. I've been told this is the 19th continuing resolution for 3 months or 5 months, and you just cannot plan long-range projects like that. It's really the inability of Congress to act is damaging the economy. It's just damaging what states are spending, how people are getting employed, whether people are buying new equipment for state jobs, things like that going forward. And so that is a real frustration of the organization. The other item, of course, I think I've mentioned to you, is that Sally Clark from El Paso County has become the chair of NACO. I think that will give Colorado a real strong look, and the type of issues that they continue to push are resilient communities. And I think that's a term that a lot of communities can accept who might normally be opposed to terms like climate change. But they do want their communities to be resilient no matter what the weather is starting to bring them. And that's kind of it from CCI. Steve's going to attend the district meeting that comes up on the 10th.
August 20th is the Mountain District meeting,
Yeah.
which is in Empire where the Henderson molybdenum mine is. And just coincidentally, that mine is closing down for good in, I think, a couple of years, and Clear Creek County is going to be a poor county at that point because they get so much of their tax revenue from that mine.
Yeah, and
so we might, I'm sure we'll learn more about that when we're at that meeting.
the other thing to bring back was the two legislative items that we put forward. The one on the restaurant inspection fees. There is a kind of a task force that's meeting to see if they can resolve that issue by summer or by next fall. And the holdup from the Restaurant Association side seems to be they want to tell counties whether or not they can post the information as the results of the inspections, and if so, how. Because some counties like to give restaurants A, B, C's, and D's, others post the violations themselves online, others don't. Restaurant Association would like to keep it quiet. And the other thing that I've been reading about, which is fairly interesting, is that the stats of how many restaurants are members of the Restaurant Association is pretty lean.
Yeah.
It's only, maybe 15% of all the state restaurants. And then, but these guys are the ones wagging the dog about whether they'll go forward or not with this. And it really is inhibiting a lot of communities where they don't have the money for extra inspectors, and you get shut down. You could shut down for weeks or months before somebody gets back to inspect you, and that can really hurt a small community. Or you're ready to open and you can't get someone to come inspect you, and you miss 2 months of the summer season. It's enough to bankrupt the business. So hopefully we'll see that one move. And the other item was the transportation. I did sit through the conference call. It was about a 3-hour conference call Friday before last on all these measures. And a few other counties have brought up transportation at some level of funding or not. A lot of kind of crazy ideas out there. But the consensus on the conference call, and I was careful to present that we were really trying to do this as a conversation starter, see if we could find something that could go forward bipartisan from CCI or CML combined to get on the 2016 ballot for the state, kind of separate from the standard political considerations that really I'm always shocked to hear. Oh, we can't really put a transportation funding question on 2016 because if it does, it'll turn out all the anti-tax voters and that'll skew the whole state election for all the offices. And I'm like, wait a second, when are we going to fix the problems? I'm a little less worried about who we get elected or how they stand on tough questions like that. It's like trying to keep everything off the ballot whenever anybody's running. We'll never do anything. So that's frustrating. But it evolved as a conversation with CCI to say, well, maybe we should try to have a transportation summit that CCI hosts, or see if we could do something to get people to sit down together and come up with what they would support. I know they're looking for ideas for the winter conference. I hate to even talk about that coming up at the beginning of December, but I was thinking maybe they could have a facilitated 1.5-hour, 2-hour session with tables and sit down and try to work through with all the commissioners in the room what we could support. So, that may or may not be, as I told everyone on the phone, it's not a firm proposal. We're not tied to 15 cents a gallon, but we've got to find a way from the grassroots up to move this issue forward. So that's kind of where that's evolving to. Club 20 just came back, and Steve was attending as well, and I really appreciate, creating the foundation for transition as over time when I'm term limited out with these organizations. I was able to debrief with Chris Selden because there was a presentation by SG Interest related to their Bull Mountain project, which is kind of the backside of Thompson Divide. They talked a little bit about the lease exchange and presented it as a concern from the industry side that if it gets to be a too complicated bill, it won't make it through Congress. And so their concern was they are a business, they need to act on dual tracks. So that's why they're proceeding with the staking and potential applications to drill and to do a test well and develop their materials that way. And then on the other hand, they still support the exchange. The exchange was their idea to begin with of leases. And Picken County has just been waiting to hear from the neighboring counties and the counties where these lease exchanges would occur to before we pro-offer our support, because we don't want to push our problems to other communities. But that was interesting. And then they did realize that they had existing language to support the reauthorization of the Land and Water Conservation Fund. And so they don't have to wait till the September meeting to send a letter to our congressional delegation saying that Club 20 supports the reauthorization of Land and Water Conservation Fund. I think those were the highlights. We did have a really great steak fry up on the top of one of the mountains and kind of overlooking their lake, and a ghost tour, which I got a little too tired to stay up and watch the ghosts. But it was a really good time.
There's some very interesting ghosts in Lake County.
I bet. So if you want to add anything of the other content, it was primarily the Energy Committee. David Ludlam, who is the spokesperson for West Slope COGA, is the chair of the Energy Subcommittee of Club 20. But I really want to give him credit for, he had a nice presentation by the Colorado Solar Association, and he does try to keep the agendas balanced. I think he had a presentation from the City of Aspen on the Canary Initiative and the REMP program the meeting prior. So that's about it for, I think, for a recap of Club 20.
And I have some things to add.
Sure.
Also. In terms of the Energy Committee, one of the policies up for review had to do with being opposed to any form of carbon tax. And we got that to be put off, and I'm going to be on a subcommittee to help write proposed new policy, which I would hope to be able to get it to be at least neutral on carbon tax. But also the Club 20 wants members of Citizens Climate Lobby to come and do a presentation on the carbon fee and dividend at the February meeting in Grand Junction.
Yeah.
So that's really good that they're open to listening to the ideas.
Yeah, very good.
There was a presentation about spruce beetle, and there is an infestation in Hinsdale and Mineral County mostly of about 250,000 acres of spruce trees have been killed, 100% mortality by the spruce beetle. And then a large area of that burned, maybe 100,000 acres of it burned in the West Fork fire two years ago. And so when I came back, I drove over Slumgullion Pass and down through the Rio Grande Valley to see what the spruce beetle epidemic looks like, to see what the fire looked like where that went through there, and then also to see the salvage logging thing that they're doing along the highway to make it so stuff along the highway will regenerate faster by removing the logs. And there was pretty much a steady stream of logs going through Lake City, bringing logs from that area, and it's really heartbreaking to see, just as far as the eye can see, dead spruce trees, and a lot of it's up in the wilderness areas on either side of that valley where it will just sit there, and eventually it will regenerate to spruce forest because it's a natural cycle in Colorado. But it was interesting to see and to learn about that, and maybe we could forestall something like that happening here if possible. It's kind of a natural phenomenon that happens sometimes. There were a couple of things from the meeting in Rifle, at Club 20 meeting in Rifle. One has to do with transportation funding, and there was a pretty heated discussion between Senator Randy Baumgartner was there, who was his legislation that was defeated, and he is
the
really
trans bond only with no new funding.
He's very sore about that, and you could tell during the meeting. He actually stormed out of the Club 20 meeting. Just didn't want to talk about it because the Club 20 members were all saying, we need some other form of funding, either a gas tax or combination sales tax or something to help fund the transportation, and we don't want to do this bonding thing unless there's funding to go along with it. So Club 20 is definitely behind, pushing for gas tax or combination of gas sales tax or something to fund that. And Kara did a really good presentation on the broadband discussion at the Club 20 in Rifle. It was all information we pretty much all know about, what's going on. There was nothing new on that. And just one little side note, I was talking with Patty Snido, who's from the USDA office in Delta, and there is money from the USDA Rural Development available for wastewater treatment facilities. And so I put Kathy Hall in touch with her, and I don't know if Pitkin County's eligible, but we might be eligible for some grant money or low interest loan money for wastewater treatment thing here. So that was just the outcome of, because Patty was there and I got to talking to her about that. Okay, Colorado River Roundtable.
Okay,
Rachel?
yeah, we had our last meeting on the 27th of last week, and we have set our September meeting earlier than usual to be on the 14th, the second Monday, so that we would be able to continue to work on comments for the state water plan. Trying to think what else happened at that meeting.
Water,
a lot of water discussion. Everyone's just been really excited about how much water we did receive this year, but it's just a temporary fix. Everyone kind of knows that. Steve, maybe something else is coming to mind from you.
Yeah, and the comments are due on September 17th on the second round of the second draft of the Colorado Water Plan.
Yeah.
And
There was
so-
some discussion about changing the Education and Outreach Committee, and that it's been done on such a volunteer basis that it tends to ebb and flow, and that the woman who has been heading that committee was resigning that role and hoping that we come up with a new format and a new way to pick that up.
Mhm.
More public education is strongly called for.
So there's a group, subcommittee of roundtable people who are working on drafts on the Colorado Water Plan from the roundtable. Rudai Water and Power, Michael's not here. ACRA, same thing. Does anybody have any
The one thing I could give you on
points
Rudai,
on that to
on Rudai
make?
Water and Power, just an email that confirmed it today from Mark Fuller. Mark and Rudai Water and Power Authority are pulling together a valley-wide watershed summit, and that is going to be on Thursday, October 22nd. And I believe that he will be coming back to the various partners of Rudai to ask for some small funding support of having a summit, lunches for folks or room rental, something like that. So we'll be one of those partners, and we'll hear about that more later.
Okay. RAFTA?
Meets next week.
Senior Council, nothing new to report. Working on the booth. It's a big part of the farmer's market booth for a week from Saturday. Nordic Council
Didn't make it.
and Intermountain TPR.
We had a good presentation, speaking of transportation, Jill Runyon.
Peter Runyon?
No, Jill.
Oh, the new council, new commissioner from Eagle?
Anyway, Jill from Eagle County Commissioner, she had done a presentation to, I don't think it was to STAC, but it was to a transportation committee, talking about the impacts of the roads on the western slope.
Mm.
People sort of take it for granted because we're a small population that we don't need the funding for the roads. And it was a good presentation, and she gave that to us, and we talked about a sales tax as well. So TPR may take up a position in terms of support, so we'll see.
They talked in terms of a gasoline tax too, or just leading, because there was this poll done by like the Concrete Association and the Asphalt Association and everything a year and a half ago, and that's where this, now it's biblical knowledge practically that people will never support any gasoline tax increase. We have to do a state sales tax, and for resort communities like Snowmass or Aspen or any of us, that's just starts to be deadly. And, within our community, I know the school's probably going to come up for renewal of their sales tax soon. And, we do not municipally have that power to put in a gasoline tax, and they're kind of going after the last source that cities and counties can use for their other needs. So I hope it's a robust discussion about what other sources would do. And, I do have to mention that when Governor Hickenlooper was here for, the little Sunday social or ice cream thing, I had mentioned to him that we were trying to stir this idea up with CCI, and he said, well, our polling shows it's not very good. And I go, well, that's if it's the same polling that was done a while ago, I understand that, but I'm not sure that that's really how people feel. The Club 20 did a Survey Monkey type of poll, and Action 16 and Progressive 21, these other county groups outside of the real Front Range, and they came up with about 60% support for gasoline tax and very limited support for sales tax. So it all depends on how the question's answered and asked, and so anyhow, I had asked him, well, would we be able to get some support for something like that? And it's mostly the statistics from CDOT of how much each penny of gasoline tax would raise, and what is the magnitude of the problem that we could support a new trans bond and maintain the current levels of maintenance and things like that. So I think it'd be really great if you could get your TPR chair to really kind of set up a little bit of the math equation problem for everyone to really look at and say what would solve it. The problem with pure sales tax, of course, is you run into a lot of school advocates who are going to be really upset that you're doing transportations first and not schools, and they've been thinking of school sales taxes.
Okay. Is there any other things for the good of the order?
Well, we did kind of jump over board open discussion, and I don't know if I have anything, but Phyllis, did you have anything else that
No,
had?
we talked
Well,
to
we
you
did
about-
have, but if we had, anybody else had anything else to bring up, we could do it now.
No, I'm going home to pack.
One real quick thing, one of James Newberry, a Grand County Commissioner, is in serious legal trouble about his mileage.
He spoke specifically at Northwest Cog.
Yeah, it's only involves a couple $1,000s worth of his claims on mileage things.
Actually, it's $1,500 over 10 years. The discrepancy is 3 meetings. One of the meetings he actually attended in Northwest Cog, he came in late, so he wasn't at the top of the agenda as far as who attended, but he gave a presentation on QQ, so you knew he was there. The other 2 were phone conference meetings with Northwest Cog, and he mistakenly put down mileage. He said he did not do it intentionally, blah, 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 but he's being pursued by a group called Committee for Transparency or something, who will not tell you who their membership is. And they have targeted him, went back through 10 years of records on his meetings.
But we talked briefly,
It's 4
Patty and I,
felony accounts.
with John Peacock, and he said even a little bit of money, if you're off, it is a felony. It doesn't matter how much the amount of money is, and so that the outcome of it is still to be decided.
The other charge was misleading an elected official because his reports are all submitted through the Grand County Treasurer. That's how they do their process. I asked John Peacock about our process, and he said we have a definite checks and balance, so.
Yeah, so it's just a word of warning to be careful when we're doing our expense accounts, and make sure you have it accurate.
John Ely had talked about it briefly to me, and he had said something that, and I don't know if it's true or not, but the accusation is there was also some double billing of
well, there was one
trips to the
with the river
district
district and the
and
county.
he's compensated by the river district for that travel, and then he'd billed that for the county as well for that
I
travel.
heard it was just 3 Northwest Cog.
Yeah, well,
meetings.
anyhow,
So
I don't
it's all
know.
hearsay right now, but
Yeah.
he's having to deal with that, which is,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's a shame. I know him. He's been
He
a
works
great
hard.
water leader.
Yeah.
Great.
So, well, this meeting is
Thank you.
adjourned, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Steve.